Okay, good morning. I'd like to call to order the council meeting for Wednesday, June 1st, 2022. Clerk, can you please call the roll? Starting off today, we are going to start with public hearings.
Notice is hereby given that the Council of the County of Kauai will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, June 1st, 2022 at 8:30 a.m. or soon thereafter in the Council Chambers, 4396 Rice Street, Room 201 in the Historic County Building in Lihue, on Bill Number 2856, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 11A, Kauai County Code 1987 as amended, relating to environmental impact fees. This bill proposes to amend Chapter 11A, Kauai County Code 1987 as amended, by removing the exempting multifamily dwelling from the types of projects subject to a county environmental impact assessment fee and adding multifamily timeshare unit and multifamily transient vacation rental unit as types of projects that would remain subject to the EIA fee.
Have you received written testimony as well? And this, anyone from the audience like to testify on bill number 2856, public hearing? Do we have anyone on Zoom for public hearing? No? Okay. This concludes the public hearing for bill number 2856. Can we move on to 2857?
Bill number 2857, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 8, Kauai County Code 1987 as amended, relating to additional dwelling unit. The County of Kauai Planning Department is the applicant. This bill proposes to amend Chapter 8, Article 15, Kauai County Code 1987 as amended, Section 8-15.1A4E and Section 8-15.2A4E of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance entitled Additional Dwelling Unit on other than residentially zoned lots, and additional dwelling unit on residentially zoned lots respectively. The purpose of this bill is to remove the requirement for a lot of record to have direct access to a county standard road. The subdivision ordinance or the Kauai County Planning Commission road widening policy should be applied to the additional dwelling unit clearance form process.
Okay, thank you. Did we receive any written testimony? Seeing none. Anyone from the audience like to testify on bill number 2857? Do we have anyone online? Seeing no testimony, we conclude the testimony from the public hearing for 2857. We have one last one. So can you read in bill number 2858?
Bill number 2858, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 8, Kauai County Code 1987 as amended, relating to a Planning Department transient vacation rental program account. County of Kauai Planning Department is the applicant. This bill proposes to amend Chapter 8, Kauai County Code 1987 as amended, Section 8-17.10 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance entitled Non-Conforming Use Certificates for Single-Family Vacation Rentals by creating a Planning Department Transient Vacation Rental Program account within Fund 251 for the purposes of annually processing transient vacation non-conforming use certificates, contract and purchase transient vacation rental enforcement, resources and services, and receive and attend TVR enforcement and TVR program management trainings and workshops, and support the Office of the County Attorney in litigation efforts against illegal TVR operations lawsuits against the County of Kauai. This fund will receive up to $250,000 per year from the total amount of the TVNCUC renewal fees annually collected.
Thank you. I don't see that we received any written testimony. Would anyone from the audience like to testify on this item this morning? Do we have anyone online? All right. If not, this concludes the public hearing for Bill 2858 and all of our public hearings for today. Thank you.
I'd like to call to order our council meeting for Wednesday, June 1st, 2022. Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Carvalho?
Here.
Councilmember Chalk?
Here.
Councilmember Cowden?
Here.
Councilmember DeCosta?
Here.
Councilmember Ebslin?
Here.
Councilmember Kuali'i?
Present.
Council Chair Kaneshiro?
Present.
7 present.
Next up is approval of the agenda. We have a motion.
To approve. Second.
We received no written testimony. Anyone in the audience wishing to testify on the agenda? Anyone on Zoom? If not, any questions or discussion from the members? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Chair, next item are minutes of the following meetings of the council: the May 13th, 2022 special council meeting, the May 18th, 2022 council meeting, the May 18th, 2022 public hearings regarding Bill number 2854 and Bill number 2855, and May 25th, 2022 public hearing regarding C 2022-101.
Move to approve. Second.
Received no written testimony on this item. Any questions from the members? Anyone in the audience wishing to testify? Anyone on Zoom wishing to testify? Any on the minutes?
Oh, not on the minute.
Okay. Any final discussion from the members? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Next item are interviews, excuse me, for the Board of Water Supply, Tom Shigimoto, for a term ending December 31st, 2024.
And with that, Ellen, I'll give you the floor. Oh, you're on mute. Ellen, you're on mute.
How's that?
Yeah, can hear you.
Thank you. Good morning. Ellen Ching, Boards and Commission Administrator. I'm pleased to introduce Tom Shigimoto. Born and raised on Kauai, Tom attended Wilcox Elementary and Kauai High School before leaving for UH Manoa to earn a Bachelor of Fine Arts in Urban and Regional Design. After a brief stint working in a private firm on Oahu, he jumped at the chance to return home for a position in the planning department, starting as a planner and eventually serving as the planning director for the last 2 of his 18.5 years with the county. After a year at Princeville, Tom moved on and accepted a position with A&B as their vice president of planning on Kauai until his retirement in 2022. Some of you may know Tom in his professional capacity, but many others know him for his volunteer work on the state level as a past member of the Ni'ihau Burial Council, board member of the Hawaii Health Systems Corporation, which includes Samuel Mahilona and the Kauai Veterans Memorial Hospitals, and on the UH Board of Regents. Locally, he served as the Boy Scouts District Chair, which is the highest volunteer position in the Boy Scouts, for 9 years. Worked on the American Red Cross Advisory Committee for 7 years, the Kauai Chamber of Commerce for 20 years, and Kauai United Way for 30 years. In his retirement, he enjoys golfing and eating his wife's barbecue teriyaki chicken. Since the pandemic, Tom and his wife have had limited trips to visit their grandchildren in Vegas, and they look forward to a return trip to Japan. Tom has lived a life in service to our community. I appreciate his willingness to share his knowledge and expertise, and I look forward to his contributions to the Board of Water.
Thank you for that intro. Tom, do you have anything else you'd like to add? Oh, you're on mute.
Thank you, Chair, but that was information overload. Not about me, it's about serving. I'm open to any questions that the council members might have. By the way, good morning. And also, I'd like to thank Ellen and the county for affording me the opportunity to continue my public service like I have been doing almost my whole professional career. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions from the members? I'll suspend the rules. Councilmember Evslin.
Hey, Tom, good to see you this morning, and thanks for your willingness to serve. In your application, you mentioned offering new perspectives to the Department of Water with respect to DOW rates and rules and regulations. I was just wondering if you had any specifics. I think those are really important things to focus on, but if you have specifics along those lines on what you're thinking of regarding rates and rules that you could share today.
Sure. My whole professional career, I have been I am aware, and I have worked with the water department in different capacities. When I was the planning director, of course, it's government to government. I understand the frustrations that the, the staff and members at the water department have. I understand the rules and regulations. And then when I stepped into the private sector, that was a different realm. We were subject to a lot of conditions and, to me, unnecessary requirements that were very onerous. And I've had battles with the water department before, and so I am very familiar with the rules and regulations of the Board of Water Supply. And there are some, of course, that you have to comply with because it involves health and safety. But I guess the biggest gripe was or is that it takes so long to get permits through the water department. But let me just share with you that a couple of months ago, I had the opportunity to listen to Joe Tyke, the new manager, and I was very impressed and very happy to see that he has a plan and vision to improve these shortcomings. And so that kind of spurred me on when I was asked to serve on this board to maybe, lend a hand if I can. I'm certainly not going to overrule what the water department has to do, but to lend a helping hand in that realm.
Councilmember.
Oh, one more thing. I'm also a ratepayer. And as you know, the water department relies on, money that they receive from their customers. And from that perspective, serving as a board member, as a sounding board to the water department and to the public is where I hope I can lend some insight or some help there.
Councilmember Cowden.
Thank you, Tom, for your willingness to take this position. It's hard to imagine somebody who would have more depth of experience to be able to contribute. You're an excellent candidate. And I also am recognizing Joe Tyke's skill set and experience. There are a few issues that I just want to bring up, just to bring to your attention. The fire flow capacity, we're seeing that there is an inadequacy on the island relative to the standpipes. Do you have any background or experience of what that is?
You're talking specifically about standpipes?
The standpipes, that what we are learning is those are the tall yellow, sort of like fire hydrants, but they don't have the same kind of capacity, and they aren't a separate fire flow. So we've been having fires, and we're conscious of that challenge. So that's something that the water department is picking up. I feel confident you'd be able to really take that on well, but I just wondered if you were aware of the challenge.
Oh, absolutely. Standpipes served their purposes many years ago, and due to the fact that you don't have adequate line sizes and hydrants with adequate pressure, it creates this health concern, safety concern, and I'm sure the water department is very aware of it. But it all comes down to budgeting and fiscal and financial capabilities of upgrading all of these systems. A lot of them, I believe, are pretty much in the plantation camps or the plantation towns, and they function. But again, as you know, and I know, that the pressures are just not adequate. And in order to provide sufficient fire flows, you have to upgrade these systems. And again, it comes at a cost. So I have to be aware, and the board has to be aware of, of where these fire prevention devices have to be upgraded and where they can stand not to be for the time being. A lot of the fire department apparatus and trucks now have their own water tanks and can, supply the needed fire protection, but not enough because there are so many remote areas that are without adequate fire protection.
Yes, thank you on that. And just what you might not be aware of is certainly there are these valleys and areas that are really remote, but we also have houses now that are worth tens of millions of dollars that are on nested long driveways. And they have these standpipes that, it's in a lot of places now. And they are no longer these very small houses that would be able to be put out with a tank. So that's one element. Another one I just wanted to bring forward, I'm sure you have a lot of experience with the changing tolerance of the community, with cultural issues, there's lawsuits, there's challenges where people are unhappy about the water usage, and that very much when we need an 18-inch pipe in town here, as a developer, you must have understandings of those challenges and then how to work constructively with the community that is resisting the water diversions. I know that's upland, but it still ends up in our water treatment, surface water treatment plant in Lihue. So the question is, just to give people confidence that you'll be able to deal with, I would say respectfully, open awareness to the public that have concerns about our water management.
I do know that the water department is very concerned about overusage and irresponsible usage of domestic water. So now when I was with A&B, and especially with the Kukui'ula Development Company, they requested and required, if possible, to use non-potable water for irrigation. And the company had to, of course, provide its own domestic water source, supply, storage, which it did. But there is also water conservation component that the water department always is aware of. I served on the Kauai Watershed Alliance for many years, as a representative of A&B. And if you don't know what the Watershed Alliance was responsible for, was to protect all of the natural areas for and watersheds for this particular purpose, to preserve, our natural water resources. And so there is an awareness, very keen awareness about overusage or irresponsible uses. And how you curtail that, I'm not really sure. I think it's the board's responsibility to provide some oversight or insights to the department regarding this realm. But it's hard to control, how people use their water and what they use their water for.
Thank you. And then one last point just to bring up, and I'm not sure what your science background is on wastewater management, but I certainly know in your Alexander and Baldwin background you would have knowledge of wastewater management, that there are issues of contamination that apparently are surfacing in sometimes the groundwater as it's being pulled up, and then there are concerns in the community where there's a push and pull over whether it's developer contamination, Department of Water contamination. Just trying to call to your attention and just to hear a little bit of your mana'o on bacterial contamination in the water that at least is expressing itself very evident in some faucets. And so where the source of that contamination is a point of conflict. Can you speak to any experience or background or thoughts you might have in that direction?
This sounds more like a state health department's Juliana, but I know the water department, they have very strict standards on clarification and disinfection whenever new water systems are put in place. And I know they do testing on a regular basis to ensure that their domestic water supply is safe. As far as bacteria getting into your natural aquifers, I believe that those are due, if anything, primarily to cesspools that are prevalent on the island. And as you know, or if you don't know, by 2050, all of the cesspools have to be converted to septic systems. I personally don't think septic systems are the answer, but not every town or county can have treatment systems in place. So again, that's something that needs to be addressed. How we address it is, again, depending on financial capabilities and fiscal responsibility.
Thank you. No more questions.
Any other questions, Councilmember Evsden?
Yeah, Tom, I have one more. And sorry,
Sure.
I know it sounds like we're asking you to solve every problem I think that the Department of Water has. So I appreciate the dialogue here. But I think we're asking because you're extremely experienced and well qualified, and I think we all value your insights. So my only other question was, you mentioned that the length of time to get a permit through the Department of Water is a major barrier to housing construction, which I think we all recognize. What are your thoughts, or do you have thoughts on how we can fix that or shorten that length of time?
If I did, I'd probably be mayor by now. But no, I really don't have solutions, because the water department is just one part of the total building permit process, and it may be case where they're shorthanded. I'm not sure exactly what they look at when they review plans. I'm not sure if every and all plans go to the water department, necessarily to have water department sign off. But I'm sure that the current board members are very aware, because they've heard it. It's prevalent. You hear this all the time. But how they solve it is up to Joe Tate, and I'm sure, and that's what I heard him saying at the presentation he made, that he is working diligently on it. And he has a fairly young staff. They're energetic, and they're all public service minded. So I think that portion can be resolved.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? If not, anyone in the audience wishing to testify? Receive no written testimony. Anyone on Zoom wishing to testify? Call the meeting back to order. Any final discussion from the members? Councilmember DiCosta.
Yeah. Hi, Tom. I'm not going to ask you any more questions. I just wanted to tell you, please tell your wife hi. She was my mentor when we first started out in teaching. She took me under her wing with Reiko Matsuyama's mom, and I feel very grateful. And I also want to tell you that you forgot to mention your new workout regimen you do with your son now at Kauai Athletic Club. So maybe if I'm in the club, I'll work out with you sometime. But thank you for everything, Tom. Thank you for coming aboard, and to have a man of your knowledge from the county side and the private sector side. I'm excited to have a knowledgeable candidate like yourself on our commission board. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Billy.
Councilmember Carvalho.
Aloha, Tom. Good morning. Just wanted to aloha you and thank you for your service in all areas of this island, as I know. But at the same time, for stepping to the plate again, you bring a wealth of knowledge in all different levels, and I know we can come to you to start or to get clarification on some stuff. So, and you bring that to the table. So just wanted to mahalo you for that, and we look forward to talking Star. Thank you for all what you do for Kauai.
Thank you, Bernard. I'll try.
Councilmember Evsden.
Yeah, just to echo my colleagues, thank you, Tom, for your willingness to serve here. Because, as you said, because of the semi-autonomous nature of the Department of Water, I think the Board of Water Supply takes on increased, all of our boards and commissions are extremely important, but I think the Board of Water Supply is probably among at least the most important commissions out there. And you are, again, extremely qualified, extremely experienced, extremely dedicated to Kauai. And I have a lot of confidence that you're gonna help fix some of these problems that we've all experienced in length of permit. And as you said, there's no easy solutions here. It's not as if a simple rule change is going to make it so we can approve plans quicker through Board of Water. But I think there are some structural changes that possibly have to get made or long-term shifts. And I know that so many people at the Department of Water are working on these already, including Joe. But really have a lot of confidence in your abilities here and appreciate your willingness to serve. So I thank you.
Thank you, Noel.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yeah, I want to echo what's said, and your 74 years, or maybe it's 70 or 68 years of living on the island will be a really excellent contribution in terms of your networking and how much you are respected in the community for our new director to be able to be bringing that together. And, having attended many water meetings and even a number of the virtual ones, I much prefer being there in person. But your ability to ask the right questions gives me a lot of confidence, because sometimes just even knowing the right questions to ask is really important. And I asked the question about community resistance because, as many people know, I am really a comfortable ally to people who are concerned about choices being made by what's perceived as positions of power, and I just want to recognize how you see the best in the people who are out there expressing their concerns, that you have been their Boy Scout person or you raised your kids with them, and you have an open mind and seeing people with a different understanding as the human beings that they are. And I find that you're very easy to talk to in asking questions that might not be comfortable. So that is a really important quality, I think, is important as your knowledge as a developer and as a planning director and being in the planning department. So I think you're extraordinary for this position.
Anyone else? If not, yeah, I just want to say I'm happy you're willing to serve, even though you're retired. I thought you were gonna just relax, but I don't know, if you're that bored, you could have let me know. I could give you some tasks to do around my house or something. You are definitely have a wealth of knowledge and will be a valuable asset on the Board of Water Supply. I think just hearing the way you answer the questions now, I think everyone can understand and see the value that you have, the experience you've had on both public, private sector, and definitely just an unreal asset to have there. And I just thank you for willing to serve, even though I know you just retired not too long ago, and it will definitely be of value to us to have you there at Board of Water Supply. So thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? If not, thank you. We'll be voting on this at our next meeting. Next up, we have Civil Service Commission, Lauren O'Leary.
Morning, Ellen Chang, Board of Commissions Administrator. I can adjust my mic a little bit. I'm happy to introduce Lauren O'Leary. I love just saying that. What a beautiful lyrical name. Lauren was born in Mississippi and raised on Kauai. After the sudden loss of her father at the tender age of 4, Lauren, her mother, and 2 siblings moved to Kauai. She attended Holy Cross, Koloa Elementary, and Kauai High School. At UH Manoa, she earned a Bachelor of Arts in Home Economics Education. While working, she continued on to earn 2 masters, one in Curriculum and Instruction and another in School Administration. In 1978, Lauren started her career as a teacher at Konawaena High School. on the Big Island and was promoted to principal of Holualoa Elementary and Kalanianiole Elementary until she retired in 2016. Upon her retirement, she decided to return to her childhood home and relocated to Kauai. As a home economics teacher, she's a great cook and a great baker. Her specialty is upside down cake. Her favorite food, cheesecake. She's a voracious and diverse reader from novels, mysteries, to history books. Lauren is also a world traveler. As a child, her mother decided to take a year-long trip around the world. They lived in Japan, Hong Kong, and Spain and traveled through Singapore, India, Egypt, London, and the Panama Canal. She would love to revisit some of those places. In her career as an educator, Lauren has had the experience of working with diverse groups of people representing different perspectives: children, parents, teachers, DOE administration, union members, and representatives. She's had the benefit of 38 years of technical knowledge, and I appreciate her willingness to share her time and expertise with the Civil Service Commission.
Thank you, Ellen. Lauren, anything to add to that introduction?
No, I think Ellen was very thorough.
Any questions for Lauren? Councilmember Cowden.
Thank you so much, Lauren, and it's nice to meet you and your willingness to do this. What's motivated you to be willing to be on the Civil Service Commission?
I've always promoted throughout my career, both as a classroom teacher and as a school administrator, and the value of service, being able to give to others without expectation of any monetary return. And I believe it's a foundation of how we have, as I've been raised, and hopefully all of our children have been raised in a sense of community where we help each other, and that support system continues throughout our lifetime. I wanted to stay here when I graduated from the University of Hawaii at Manoa, but there was no teaching jobs available, so I ended up going to the Big Island and continued there until I retired. I was glad to be able to come home. My support system is here, classmates, people I've known throughout the years. And I really feel that it is now my obligation is to give back and support Kauai and the structure of the civil service in order to make it the best place that we can be for both ourselves as community members, but also for our children.
So I think that your background as a principal of, looks like 2 elementary schools, and then you've been a teacher, but I'm particularly focusing on the principal position.
Okay.
Because that would give you experience in the leadership of staffing. So I'm curious, I have 2 questions that you can lace together. You probably are dealing with Hawaii State Teachers Association, UPW. Which unions have you worked with in that position? And then what?
HSTA for sure.
My other thing was just
HST.
Go ahead.
UPW, HDEA were the primary, and then we had others that were possibly support systems that would come in as resources for the school assigned for maybe a day of the week, because we have to share those positions because of limited resources, especially on a neighbor island where they might not have enough, or there is not enough resource in order to stretch as one per school. So it was the gamut of the different unions and understanding the agreements made between the employee, the union, and how it does affect the school system.
And about how much staff did you have in those schools?
At Ulualoa, which was a school of about 500 children. We have about 120 staff. That's both permanent and part-time. At Kalanianaole was an intermediate and elementary. That was a little smaller school, and that one had approximately 60.
Okay, so thank you so much for that, and it helps us to understand that you have familiarity not only with the unions, but the unions from the state and interacting with the state of Hawaii. I'd say that my final question is, I don't expect you to really have a strong answer on this one, but something that you will be faced with really quickly is something that we call salary inversion. Do you understand what that means?
Not enough to comment on. I would definitely have to learn more before I would have a strong opinion one way or the other.
So just framing it a little bit is that, you know, just like as you would have between HGEA and HSTA, there's different amounts that people might get paid, and maybe one works just as hard or harder than another but gets paid less. Leadership in our departments get paid less than the top of the pile below.
This is what your dishwasher looks like after 1 year. It's a colony
And
of millions of
So
bacteria
we
living
have a real
inside your
challenge with
dishwasher.
that right now. Hang on 1 second. We have a challenge in government of placing
He owes us
strong,
lunch.
placing strong leadership in these positions when they have higher risk because they don't have the union protection and they get paid less than the third in line. So you don't have to have a strong answer, but that will be one of the big challenges that you will face right away, and it's very important, and so that might be something that you look into. And I think almost anybody who is joining the Civil Service Commission, that might be something unfamiliar to them. It certainly was unfamiliar to me as a council member, because it doesn't line up with common sense, but it is something significant. So I thank you for your willingness to do this. So I accept that you don't know what that is yet, but.
And salary inversion is related to salary commission.
Civil service doesn't touch it at all?
No, civil service
Okay, you're
deals
right.
with HR.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. All right, my bad. But it is good for you to know it. Okay.
Any other questions for Lauren? If not, anyone in the audience wishing to testify? Lonnie?
For the record, Lonnie Sykos. Good morning, council. Good morning, candidate. Thank you very much for your willingness to serve the public. And we thank you for your long career. I believe you said earlier you had been at Kauai School on the Big Island. And so tip of the hat, when I was a resident of Hana some decades ago, we were quite happy and amazed that your students were world-class developers of solar-powered cars and won the STEM contests. So tip of the hat to your past work, and I'm sure your work in the future for the county will be similarly successful. I would like to ask the head of the Civil Service Commission if they would be kind enough to describe what it is the duties are of this commission for the edification of the public. Thank you very much.
Anyone else in the audience wishing to testify? Anyone on Zoom wishing to testify? And we received no written testimony on this. Any final discussion from the members or questions? Councilmember Cowden?
I believe he asked if Ellen Ching could define civil service. I mean, and I do know that about the salary commission, I'm a mistake, but maybe she could speak to that.
Ellen, I don't know if you have the charter in front of you, but you'd probably just read the charter description of the
Yeah, I'm just gonna do a couple of bullet points. Ellen Chang, Boards and Commissions Administrator. So the Civil Service Commission shall adopt rules and regulations to carry out the civil service and compensation laws of the state and the county. They hear and determine appeals made by any individuals, aggrieved by any action of the director or any appointing authority. So typically it's the Director of Human Resources. Advise the Mayor and Director of Human Resources on problems concerning personnel and classification administration, execute such powers and duties as may be provided by law. And the major duty of the Civil Service Commission is that they shall appoint and remove the Director of Human Resources. Implicit in that is evaluate and assess.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further questions from the members? Any final discussion? Councilmember DiCosta.
Yeah, thank you. Ellen, thank you for the detailed description. You always seem to amaze us. Thank you, Ellen. Laura, I'm an educator, 21 years, and a great principal is always at the forefront of curriculum and children's lifestyle at school. And I noticed you mentioned two important things to me that makes you a great person for this position. You only principaled at 2 schools, which means you did a really good job and your school didn't want to let you go. Because usually if you principal for 6 or 7 schools, they move you around. So you must be a gem. I'm happy to have you. Dealing with children is one thing, but dealing with parents of their most precious commodity, which is their child, puts you at the forefront with all of your knowledge. If you can deal with parents of children, you can deal with any issue out there in our county. So bless you and welcome aboard, Lauren.
Thank you.
Council Vice Chair Chalk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank Lauren and Tom for your willingness to come out and serve the community. You folks both bring a lot to the table. And, you know, the boards and commissions were chartered, you know, years ago with the intent of helping to create checks and balances in the system to make it more transparent and accountable. And we need to, you know, use this tool to our benefit. And so having, you know, proactive minds and people in these positions are really key. I can tell you that where the council cannot, you know, move or make decisions, we do lean on our commissions to do so. That being said, you know, we have had discussions at this table about some of the needs. You know, the Board of Waters, as mentioned, is a semi-autonomous organization, and I appreciate that because of its ability to run separately and have some future that they can determine. That being said, I think that the matrix of housing has been on this council and this administration's you know, priority list, and our ability to engage with the Board of Water to make these sound decisions are really key. You represent, as Tom, you said, that voice for the community, that bridge of what it is we're experiencing and what we need. So again, mahalo nui.
Anyone else? Councilmember Cowden?
I will just thank you again, and then echoing what Councilmember DaCosta brought up. In the schools, you can be right in the middle of conflict, and so I appreciate Director Ching highlighting that a piece of your job is making these decisions on grievances and challenges. So anyway, I'll be supporting you.
Councilmember Evson.
Yeah, I'll just echo all that. Thank you, Ms. O'Leary, for your willingness to serve here. And thank you for your 40 years with the Department of Education. I just finished 4 months of teaching only 2 classes, and I feel like I'm ready to retire here. So I have a ton of admiration for anybody who went 40 years, and your willingness to keep going in public service, you know, on behalf of the county and the county employees. So thank you.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Yeah, big mahalo to you, Lauren. And, you know, it was already said, but I'll echo it. Your administrative background brings a lot to the table. My daughter is also a school teacher, and she's coming up the ranks right now. Hopefully principal one day. Well, but for you, bringing your knowledge and your understanding of working closely, within that organization brings a lot to the table. So I appreciate you stepping to the plate, and look forward to seeing you again, and mahalo for your service.
Thank you.
Councilmember Koli.
I'll just also say mahalo nui loa to both of you for your willingness to serve. Thank you so much.
Okay, with that, thank you, Lauren. We will be voting on this at our next council meeting. So, next up, we have the consent calendar.
Yes. Item on the consent calendar for receipt C 2022-101 on page 2, C 2022-118 and 119.
Move to receive.
Received no written testimony on these items. Any questions from the members? Anyone in the audience wishing to testify? Anyone on Zoom? Not any final discussion from the members? All those in favor of receipt signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Next item is C 2022-120, communication from Kauai, Clerk of the Planning Commission, transmitting the Planning Commission's recommendation to amend Chapter 8, Kauai County Code 1987 as amended, relating to application of regulations.
Move to receive.
Second.
Received no written testimony on this item. We will take this item up later as a proposed draft bill. Anyone in the audience wishing to testify? Anyone on Zoom? Any questions or discussion from the members? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Next item is C 2022-121, communication from the Director of Finance requesting council approval of the network firewall end user license agreement associated with the county's renewal of maintenance and support of the county's network firewall products.
Move to approve.
Second.
Received no written testimony on this item. I will suspend the rules. And if Rico or Dell, you want to give us just a brief overview of this item?
Aloha, Del Sherman, County IT Manager. If you can hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so regarding this specific request, let me just pop this up again. Yeah, for the firewall. In this case, your approval was needed to address an issue in the licensing terms that reference limitations of liability, and any agreement with that kind of terminology in it requires your approval. So it's nothing really unusual. This is a product that we've had in place for quite a while, the firewall system that this references. And we're renewing maintenance and doing some upgrades on it this year. And per our county attorney, the proper way to proceed with this is to make sure that we get your approval for these liability issues. Hence, this was presented to you. So rather than me ramble on, do you have any specific questions you wanted me to answer?
Councilmember Cowden?
I do, and this is probably like just an IT question, but like this firewall, first of all, what's it called? MSP? Is that the name of it?
Sorry, you broke up. Could you repeat that, please?
What's the name of the firewall? And I just have questions about how it operates.
I see. Yeah, so we specifically withheld the name of the actual product for security reasons from this request. We tend to be fairly secretive about the exact type of hardware that we use to limit awareness on behalf of maybe bad actors about how we're protecting ourselves in the county. So we just referenced it as the firewall instead of giving an exact product and model name. I'm sure that we could discuss the details on that in a more secure way.
Okay,
If you
I'm gonna-
would like to learn more about that.
I'm going to respect that, and I just want to make a comment. I don't know if it happens to everybody else, but like my computer on my desk, it runs so hot, you know, and I feel like it's going to have a nervous breakdown, so I just pretty much won't use it. So I use my own computer and I use my cell phone. And once we did Teams and all this stuff, burned out my phone, burned out my computer. It runs so hot, and I can't even do these things in the car because my phone will stop working. All our stuff runs so hot. So like when we have, I don't know if it's our firewall or what it is, but like I got a brand new computer in the office. I can't even use it because it is screaming so loud with the fan from almost the very beginning. So if we have such strong firewalls, I mean, Teams obviously is hot, but I can't even do email on my computer without wanting to turn it off. So is that the firewall? What would be doing that? Because I know we have all this software that keeps us from having any kind of a break. So something doesn't work well. And so maybe this has to be a private thing, but every time I turn on the computer, I think about that. Something's in there that is just too strong.
So that would be an unrelated issue.
Okay.
If your computer is overheating, we can get one of our IT help desk techs over there to take a look and see what the cause might be. It shouldn't be so hot that you wouldn't want to use it, so that's not normal. We can check into that for you.
It's just so loud, right? So, okay, I will look at it later, but the computer science background in me thinks something doesn't work with all this stuff that we're doing to protect our computers. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and you can request secretary or somebody to ask for IT to come by and check your computer. I'm not sure if anybody else is having that issue with their computer or their phones. But any further questions for Dell on this item? If not, while the rules are still suspended, anyone in the audience wishing to testify? Anyone on Zoom? Call the meeting back to order. Any final discussion from the members? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Next item is C 2022-122, communication from the acting county engineer requesting council approval to apply for, receive, and expend state funds in amount of $330,507.01 from the State of Hawaii Department of Health and to indemnify the State Department of Health for the fiscal year 2023 grant cycle for the High Five Deposit Beverage Container Program to be used to fund 2 High Five recycling specialist positions and to support mobile redemption center operations in Kekaha and Koloa.
Move to approve.
Second.
Received no written testimony on this. Do we have any questions from the members on this item? I'll suspend the rules. Councilmember Cowden.
Can you just give us a very brief update? This $330,000 is a decent amount of money. This is our normal recycling, right? Is this the normal budget amount, or are we? How's it going? Just give us a brief update.
Aloha, council members. Good morning. This is Allison Fraley, County Solid Waste Division. Yes, I'd be happy to answer your question. So this grant that we get from the State Department of Health is to support our bottle deposit law, the High Five program, and that is where people pay a deposit for their beverage containers as regulated by the state, and then they go and turn them in for a refund. And so that program is monitored here on island with 2 recycling specialists who, go out to the stores and make sure all of the containers are marked correctly. They do regular audits, and we have a contract with the state with a certain amount of audits each month that they perform. And then they also go to the redemption centers where people turn in the containers and make sure that all of that is operating smoothly. They take calls, complaint calls from the public. So this really does help the state. And then also that grant supports some of the remote locations where we have the High Five Redemption Centers, and that's in Keikaha and Kaloa, and it supports a land lease out in Keikaha where we are able to do that redemption. And it also supports a lot of education. And one of our goals for this next fiscal year is to get out to the vacation rentals and really instill more programs and more education out where visitors are, because these containers have value. And so we really want to be able to work with the vacation rental agencies. We've been working with the OED here at the county to get the list of all of the different timeshares and places that have visitors so they can learn about, how they can recycle. And so we do a lot with this grant money. It really stretches super far. And we've been getting funding from the state since 2006, since the law went into effect.
So I want to thank yourself, the whole team, and all the outreaches and the people who are actually returning their recyclables. I'm curious, do the stores give us any sort of information on how many things that they charge that 5 cents for? We must know that, right? I'm wondering if there's a comparative to how much is purchased versus how much gets returned to our recycling center. Is it 50%? Is it 40%?
Yeah. I believe it's 73% right now. I could be wrong. I could get back to you on that. But yeah, the state actually calculates that because they receive the funding when the beverages are imported. And so they know how many, now they have a statewide percentage that they can give for the recycling rate. It's really hard to break it down island by island, but they do know how many containers are redeemed on each island. And so, it's a pretty high percentage. It used to be higher. And when the program first went into effect, if the deposit beverage container were higher, like 10 cents in certain places, it's higher. Only a couple states. There's only 10 states that have bottle deposit laws, by the way, so we're really lucky to have one. It does have create a financial incentive for recycling, so it's wonderful to have. We're very grateful. But, the higher the deposit, the more likely people are, more incentivized they are to redeem their containers. Every year there's legislative there's bills at legislature, talking about different ways to improve the law. We would support a higher redemption or a higher fee, so there'd be higher redemption. But, it is what it is, and it's working great.
Great, thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the members on this item? If not, anyone in the audience wishing to testify? Lonnie?
For the record, Lonnie Sykos. Good morning, Allison, and thank you very much for the excellent job I've observed you doing, I guess, more than a decade, maybe 2 decades now.
Thanks.
And personally, I think it's a shame that you have not been put in charge of creating the resource and recycling center that the county needs. You obviously have a very in-depth understanding and are up to date on national best practices and policies. And so with how competent you are, it's kind of astounding that the county is incapable of creating a resource recycling center. It's just stunning, the incompetence that allows this to go on, which is not you. I have some questions here. The $300,000, that's for the salaries for the 2 employees. Does that also pay the 5-cent refunds for the beverage containers? And do you have any idea what percentage of that would be used for visitor outreach? And to the public, this is not a criticism of Allison, but to the public, this use of our tax money for visitor outreach, on the one hand, is a good thing. On the other hand, we are using our tax money to subsidize tourism once again. And so this is a hidden tax on everybody that promotes tourism. The tourism industry is perfectly capable of providing the money and the resources to ask their guests to do exactly what we're going to use our money to ask them to do. My observation is I don't want to be taxed to make profits for the tourism industry. Every penny of my money that goes to educate the visitors is pure profit for the visitor industry. They should be paying for this, not us. So anyway, Allison, thank you very much for the great job that you do. And to the council, in the future, try and look at things differently. We do not want to be taxed to support tourism. Tourism is supposed to be getting taxed to support us, not the other way. Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience wishing to testify? Anyone on Zoom? Any further questions from the members? I guess from one of the questions from Lonnie, Allison, regarding the 5-cent, regarding the refund when we actually, when people actually turn in the recyclables, that comes out of a different pot of money, right, from the state. Where does that come
Correct.
from?
So what happens is the state collects the fees from the importers initially, and so they have the funding. And then the recyclers who run the redemption centers, they actually front the refunds from their own pockets, and then they get reimbursed by the state. And they also get paid to, you know, a handling fee for each container that they recycle.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the members? I'll call the meeting back to order. Any final discussion from the members? Councilmember Cowden.
I first of all would like to just acknowledge in the room we have an executive director of one of our redemption centers, and so wanting to acknowledge in Kilauea how people can come and turn in their recycling for a lot of different things. So our Anaina Ho does an amazing job, and I think the whole program is really important. So I of course support it, and I acknowledge what our community member points out is that, you know, we do partner with the visitor industry. I do want to say that the visitor industry does partner back with us too. So it's complicated, but you know, it does work in both directions.
Councilmember Evslin.
Yeah, I obviously support this, but I appreciate the focus on education for the TVR industry. It's something that, Allison, we've talked about it a couple of times, in that I have heard from numerous cleaners of TVRs that there is a large amount of recyclables that are coming out of these TVRs and going into the trash, and there is some frustration from those who clean these units that there's not better recycling options within the units from the management companies or the owners of these units. And so we've discussed some ways to try and crack that nut a bit. And I appreciate you focusing on education here. I do think maybe there's other things that we could continue to explore, but to the point of this being a tax on residents to subsidize the TVR industry, I don't think that's true, in that often TVRs are likely paying a flat monthly fee for commercial pickup of their waste. And so they don't really have the incentive to recycle. And if they can increase, their recycling rates and the amount that they're diverting, that saves all taxpayers money, and that's less refuse going to our landfill, saving us on, as you know better than all of us, but extending the life of landfill, saving costs on landfilling, et cetera, and then going towards recycling, which we can sell in some sense. So it's a net benefit for us every time that we can increase diversion rates for the TBR industry. And so if we can spend, a little bit through this grant or have some increased focus through this grant on education efforts along those lines, I think that's a win for all of us, and hopefully we can continue to explore other options to try and increase diversion rates for the TBR industry. But yeah, thank you, Allison.
Anyone else? If not, motion on the floor is to approve. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Next item is on page 3, C 2022-123, communication from the acting county engineer requesting council approval to apply for, receive, and expend state recycling grant funds in the amount of $45,000 to be used by the Department of Public Works Solid Waste Division to support electronic waste recycling for fiscal year 2023.
Move to approve.
Second.
We received no written testimony on this item. Do we have any questions from the members? I'll suspend the rules. Councilmember Cowden.
I just think this is really important. So can you explain to the public one more time about when they recycle their electronic waste? And my curiosity is, does the 45,000, I want to know how much it costs us to be recycling the electronic waste, and what percentage we're taking out of the landfill. Of course, I support doing it, but I would just like to know a little bit about the details and the effectiveness of it. And even as a printer, electronic waste, printers are electronic waste, I think, but yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Council Member. Yes, so the electronic waste program, it's actually, what's called extended producer responsibility law that was passed in 2010, where the state requires that manufacturers pay a fee to the state to when they are certified sellers of electronic equipment, certain devices, and that would include televisions, computer monitors, computers, and laptops, and printers. And so there is an incentive for, the law requires that they provide recycling opportunities. And so it's very complicated, so I'm just gonna simplify it by saying that the manufacturers provide opportunities and pay the recyclers to run programs. So we have our Puhi Metals recycling program at Puhi. It's 6 days a week where we accept electronics for free from the public. Now that is part of a larger contract, Puhi Metals. So that's where we accept, all of the metal that comes onto Kauai, including automobiles. So there isn't a breakdown in the pricing that per your request of how much it costs to actually recycle these things. We don't have a breakdown, but we do have a program, part of a larger program. Regarding what this funding is for from the State Department of Health, this is purely for education and also provides we've been doing a school contest every year. It's been really competitive and fun for the kids, and that's a way that that children can share with their family the importance of recycling electronics. Electronic recycling on the residential side is purely voluntary because we have a 6-day-a-week program that has stayed in the same place for several years. We are getting pretty good participation. I don't know it off the top of my head. We did do the best way for us to know is our waste characterization study, which which happened back in 2016. Those are very expensive, so we only do those periodically. But we are looking at the tonnage as it goes through. Another thing for the commercial, monitors and televisions are banned from the landfill and banned from disposal, so haulers know that they can't accept these items, so they do have to be accepted through the recycling program, and it's free, so there's a major incentive, for businesses to be able to just take this waste. They can't dump it in their dumpsters anyway. So the program's been working really well compared to all the other islands. I think we have the best program, free to the public, stable operating hours, and this contest, and a lot of promotion. That's what you need in recycling education, is continual promotion. And so this is a great grant that the state gives. That's how they're sharing this, the funding that they get for the registration program is through these grants to the counties to operate their programs.
So I have a follow-up question. On this extended producer responsibility in our education, is there any, I can't remember seeing where it might be talking about, like, thankful to the extended producer responsibility, because I think that people really need to start thinking about point source reduction. That's a big issue for me. So who pays the money? Is it, I won't name the brand, but is it the brand who makes the monitor and the screen, or is it the big box store that sells it, or is it both? Because to me, both should have some of that responsibility in the extended producer, especially when we look at all the styrofoam and things like that goes into it. Who pays it? The manufacturer or the distributor, or both?
You caught me.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm not quite sure off the top of my head. I might get a text from my colleague who runs the program, but I believe it's the distributors. But I can get back to you on that one. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. I mean, and it's something that, as a council person who is very concerned about our landfill contributions, it's on us a little bit too, or on me. I'll take that responsibility in talking to these distributors, because sometimes these screens don't even last very long. They give up very quickly. And so when we're looking for point source reduction, it's important that they think about, so I'm curious who's paying the piece. So I'm not disappointed that you didn't have that information. It's a question that I need to be able to find out. Thank you.
Yes, I will get that information to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any further questions on this item from the members? If not, while the rules are still suspended, anyone in the audience wishing to testify on this item? Yeah, Jill.
Push the button. Yeah.
Good morning. Jill Lowry. I wasn't anticipating speaking on anything, but as Felicia pointed out, we do have recycling on Nanaho Community Park grounds. And at one point prior to the pandemic, we had electronic recycle there as well. And I'm thinking about bringing that back, because North Shore, a lot of things don't get to where they need to go in the proper place, and so having an access point to get rid of this waste, I think, would be extremely beneficial both to the island and to the North Shore community. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone on Zoom? If not, any final questions from the members? I'll call this meeting back to order. Any final discussion? Motion on the floor is to approve. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
C 2022-124, communication from the Director of Parks and Recreation, transmitting for council consideration a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 23, Section 23-3.7, Kauai County Code 1987 as amended, relating to concessionaires at the Spouting Horn by updating the status of the concession stands, removing the stall configurations and upset bid amount, which will be addressed in administrative rules, and allowing the use of electricity by concessionaires.
Move to receive.
Second.
This is just a communication. We received no written testimony on this item. Anyone in the audience wishing to testify on this? Anyone on Zoom? Any questions or discussion from the members? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Next item.
C 2022-125, communication from the Director of Finance requesting council approval of terms contained in the Cisco Systems end-user license agreement associated with Cisco conducting audit the number of product licenses used by the county.
Move to approve.
Okay.
Received no written testimony on this item. Any questions from the members? I'll suspend the rules. Councilmember Cowden.
I will just be very simple. This is the continuation of our existing end-user license agreement that we pay every year. Correct? It's basically, it's not new, it's what we do, correct?
Hi, Del Sherman, IT manager. Yes, that's correct. This isn't anything new. This is just a requirement from our attorney now that these kinds of terms be reviewed and get council approval when necessary. In this case, it's due to the fact that the text in question represents an unspecified future obligation, and those types of things require council approval. We don't anticipate any issues for the exact reason that you just stated, in that this is just a continuation of the same products that we've had in use for years.
And you just brought something up though. Can you give us an example of what it might be, or we don't even know?
So an example of what this might be is licensing for our phone system. Each license, each phone has a cost associated with it. So in this case, if we were to deploy licenses that we hadn't paid for and Cisco came in and did an audit, then we would owe them the money for those licenses that we had used. In our case, though, there are restrictions in place that prevent us from issuing licenses above our capacity. So it won't present a problem for us. However, the term still requires your approval.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the members? If not, while the rules are still suspended, anyone in the audience wishing to testify? Lonnie?
For the record, Lonnie Psychos. I want to thank the IT manager for his explanation. When I read this, I was thinking to myself, what the heck? We're putting ourselves on the line for future unspecified possibilities? Ooh, very scary. But your explanation takes all the scare out of it. And thank you very much for doing an excellent job. Aloha.
Anyone else wishing to testify? Anyone on Zoom? Not any final questions from the members? Call the meeting back to order. Any final discussion? Motion on the floor is to approve. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Next item.
Next item is C 2022-126, communication from the Deputy Director of Parks and Recreation, transmitting for council consideration a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 23, Article 3, Kauai County Code 1987 as amended, relating to peddlers and concessionaires, defining a peddler's permit, clarifying that the Department of Parks and Recreation issues such permits, and establishing the process by which fees will be set for such permits.
Move to receive.
Second. Chair, floor amendment.
This is just a communication for now. So the floor amendment will probably come up on the actual bill.
Okay.
We received no written testimony on this item. Anyone in the audience wishing to testify on the communication?
For the record, Lonnie Psychos. I'm very glad that this is coming to the council's attention. I'm guessing it's the 2004, I think it was, 2005. I purchased from the county a vendor's permit However, there was nowhere to vend, nowhere legal. And so my observation here is, having traveled much of the world, it's problematic in Hawaii that we have so many tourists, and it is so difficult for the public to be able to directly make money off of them. And so if you got to get a store, right, you're like hundreds of thousands of dollars into trying to start your business. It's very difficult to do what I did. I'm 67. When I was a kid, 15 years old, stuck in Honolulu. I lived in the South Pacific, so would get up in the morning and go take local kids to Smorgy Boys. And then when we got done eating at Smorgy Boys, we'd go through Waikiki and steal flowers from all the hotels, go to Tutus, put them in leis back to the beach and sell them. And so the local kids were making bank selling leis to the tourists. Today, you try and do that, you go to jail. They run you down and put you in jail. Number one, for the kids taking the flowers, which was wrong, but we did it anyway. But the other one is you cannot sell to the tourists. And so this vendor's license is awesome, that somebody's kids can make leis and legally sell them. You can control how you access beach parks and things. But this is an excellent opportunity to let families and especially kids learn how to become entrepreneurs. And so that is one route of success. My own personal route of survival in Hawaii was learning to be an entrepreneur. And so this permit is an excellent way to let the public do that. Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience wishing to testify? Anyone on Zoom? Call the meeting back to order. Any discussion from the members? Again, this is just a communication. We'll have a further discussion on it during the actual bill. All those in favor of receipt signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Next item is a claim C 2022-127, communication from the county clerk transmitting a claim filed against the county of Kauai by John Masterson for damage to his vehicle, rental car fees, pain and suffering pursuant to section 23.06 Charter of the County of Kauai.
Move to refer to the county attorney for this position and report back as necessary.
Okay.
Received no written testimony. Anyone in the audience wishing to testify on this item? Anyone on Zoom wishing to testify? Any questions or discussion from the members? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
On page 4, committee reports from your committee of the whole, CRCOW 2022-07, CRCOW 2022-08, CRCOW 2022-09, and CRCOW 2022-10.
Move to approve.
Second.
Received no written testimony on these items. Anyone in the audience wishing to testify? Anyone on Zoom? Any questions or discussion from the members? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
On page 5, resolutions. Resolution number 2022-10, resolution establishing the real property tax rates for the fiscal year July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023 for the County of Kauai.
Move to approve.
Second.
Received no written testimony on this item. Any questions from the members? Anyone in the audience wishing to testify? Lonnie, I'll suspend the rules.
Lonnie Sykos, for the record, regarding the real property tax rates. I want to thank the 4 members last week who voted down raising the taxes on any particular group of people on Kauai. The rationale for the money is irrelevant. What's relevant to me, what's relevant to the public, is the violation of our due policy and the attempt to raise taxes without having public hearings. And so that's my observation today. I want to thank Billy. I want to thank our ex-mayor and council member, the council chair, and Felicia for preventing the increase in our taxation without public hearings. Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience wishing to testify? Anyone on Zoom wishing to testify? Any questions from the members? I'll call the meeting back to order. Any final discussion on the resol regarding tax rates? We will have 10 minutes to talk about the budget for the operating or CIP. I mean, if you do want to talk about the tax rates, I would say we could talk about that now. I know it was a big issue on the floor at the time, and I think if we talk about it now, then at the end we probably won't have as much to say about the overall budget. So, I mean, we can open it up now.
Could you at least say something about the process that he just said? Could you correct that? I mean, I'm not sure myself, but is it a violation of our due process by raising our taxes without public hearing? We just had our budget process, and throughout it, the public can participate, right?
Yeah, and so
which is still continuing.
Councilmember Ezen?
Yeah, I don't want to get into a discussion on the merits of that proposal or not, but this is the process that we have via, I believe, established from our council rules, which is working backwards from dates set in the charter, that the single meeting that council members can introduce changes is at decision making. From there, it does go to a public hearing afterwards. So if council is ever going to change a real property tax rate, it would happen at a proposal at that meeting. That's our chance. So if you know, I would have honestly loved to have more input on it, but that's the process we've got. So, you know, maybe in the future it's worth figuring out ways to open up that process more to ensure that we can have, you know, longer deliberation periods over proposed rate changes. But for this year, that's the process, and that was the only time that proposal could be made.
Councilmember Cowden?
I have a process question, because, I mean, that really was a difficult situation for all of us. I think that all of us would like to be helping our people with housing. It just was a difficult situation. When we do this resolution, is it accurate that the only time we could do a resolution on the rates of the tax amounts is in the middle of it, or can we do it at a separate time?
We can raise rates on taxes anytime throughout the year.
So we.
Oh no, sorry. Yeah.
It's only during the budget. Okay, so those are difficult nuances, and just is that it can't be put out, none of us can put out ahead of time what our intention is, because we'd be violating sunshine laws. So I'm in agreement that it's a weak piece in the process, and maybe we could look at that piece in the process so it doesn't create the conflict. Because as I stated there, seeing when we make a change like that, how disruptive it can be if people don't even have the opportunity to be able to give input on it or anything else. It's very difficult. So that's perhaps something that we can look at in the future, is how that process piece works.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only time you can do it. It is a difficult decision to make, but I think to some extent they make it a difficult decision because they don't want you playing with real property taxes a lot, I'll think. But you know, that is the process. We're in a time crunch when it comes to it. We've done it before. I believe we've increased the real property tax rate before a few years ago on the residential investor. And I think, you know, it just means that you have to make the case clear. You have to make where the money is going clear, and then you have to get the votes for it. Because ultimately it is our decision whether we want to increase the tax rates or not. You know, it's you kind of know what the public's input would be on it, and ultimately it's our decision whether we do it or not.
So it might be that we could at least put out, you know, the date ahead of time, that that's something that could be under discussion, because it is so highly impacting. It's on notice, but like, as I've said, the notice is next to nothing. You know, people, unless you're really wonkish, you're not going to know what's happening. You have to be deeply involved to have any idea what the public hearing is saying.
Yeah, and I mean, just on the process, I mean, real property tax rates, yeah, that's the time to adjust it. You know, as far as getting money to different departments, you know, there are a few cracks at it. And you know, that's like two different policy questions. You know, do we want to increase the tax rate on a certain tax class is one policy discussion, and then where do we want to put the money is another discussion. In this case, if you try and separate it, where do you want to put the money? You get a few cracks at it. You know, you get prior to the budget, department heads are always asking for more money from the department. They have to justify their needs. They're justifying it to the admin and their budget group, you know, on what their needs are. That's one crack at getting more money for a department. The second crack is after the original budget submitted and the council has seen it, you know, either the department head can go back and try and ask for more money, or the council member can go and jockey with the admin for more money. That's the process we have, and then the supplemental can come in, and hopefully they made the change in the supplemental. If the change isn't in the supplemental, then again, our next option is to cut money from the budget and put it to where you want it to be. You know, you cut money from CIP, put it into housing or whatever item. And then, yeah, lastly, I think the final draw would be if you really wanted to put money somewhere, depending on whether you wanted to increase taxes or not, you can increase the taxes and put money where you want it. So that's kind of the process of, you know, the council and how they can control the budget and where they want money. Councilmember Carvalho.
Just clarification that is the process as we speak right now, right? And maybe working, you know, closely again with the administration, you know, side to get to this point where we got to make these kinds of decisions, which I want to talk about. I think we have an opportunity to look into different options, but the process is in place from my understanding. I was trying to clarify that role, yeah. So I just wanted to clarify that was the process, and maybe we can look at other options that we can get to a better understanding. That's it.
Councilmember Khalid and
Yeah.
Councilmember Kauai.
I had one more item, which is sort of process-wise, and I just wanted to put it out there again and make it very clear. When we did take the vote, there was some concern about if we were able to raise the 4 million and commit it to a housing development fund, the concern was that it would just be dedicated to that fund for that year, the coming budget year, because we're working on that budget. And that the council wouldn't have a say going forward how much money would go into the development fund. And I will just say that's completely false, because the council definitely has a say every year. So if in 1 year we raised the tax and dedicated that amount to the housing development fund, when the next year came around and the mayor did not put that amount on his own from the general fund, again, dedicated into the housing development fund, as a part of the budget, the council decides ultimately if it's not enough when we raise it. You know, granted, we have to deal with the whole issue of cuts, but I guess we could even say to the mayor, ultimately, I mean, the budget is the council's biggest job. And ultimately, if the mayor wasn't working with the council, then we could kind of butt head to head if it came to that. We've never had that problem in the past. But ultimately, it depends on how important a policy, you know, a commitment to what we're trying to do, for example, affordable housing is. Whether we would be able to, you know, alter the mayor's budget and find the cuts to put the money in the housing development fund like we intended by 1 year, and then the next year, we could put it back in the mayor saying, we want X amount in the housing fund. We'll leave it to you to make the change so it suits you best. Otherwise, if you can't do it, then we can do it. But again, it's a tough job, you know, give and take, obviously.
I just want to follow up with that when we did shift our residential investor threshold from 2 million to 1.3 million, again, at that time, our goal was to create more housing for our people. And that we had the shocking gain of $17 million. And so throughout the year, and certainly in pre-budget process, I'm consistently saying I want to do community agricultural villages to be able to be placing our people who are houseless rather than on the side of the road into a place. And it happens that we have major inflation this year. Our county is chartered to deal with our infrastructure, which is needs a lot of repair. We have a lot of infrastructure problems, which is our chartered responsibility. But when we had an extra $17 million, when we stated when we were changing it was to create more housing opportunities, it still didn't make it into the budget. And to claw back $4.5 million or $17 million, item by item, when it takes 5 of us to agree, do we not get that fire truck? Do we not surface that road? Do we not do this one piece? It's not so easy to do. So it's simple to say that we could just do it. I know that our county admin cares about the housing challenge also. We've done a lot with that. But it is not so simple to just claw it back, because if we could, when we got that $17 million, why didn't we do it? So it's not an easy thing, and I don't think anybody in the admin, parks especially, and probably our managing director doesn't know how adamantly I am interested in trying to help our houseless community and people who are barely housed. So it's just not as simple as it sounds. It would have been a one-time correction, and it would have gone into the, not giving you a hard time. So he's breathing hard here. I don't mean to give him a hard time. We all were trying to make a rightful decision, and we all care about the same outcome. It's just how do we get there? And I would say, saying to the admin and anybody out there, our charter has a process problem then if we can only give this light acknowledgement to people who might be very deeply affected by a tax change. So, yeah, it's not as easy as it sounds.
Councilmember DeCosta?
Would you like to explain on what she just said, or can I touch up on it? Because we're talking about 2017, correct? When
No, I'm talking about $17 million that was in the budget.
Correct, but didn't we, in a certain year, I believe it was Council Vice Chair Chalk, and I think Mayor was on the council when they decided to increase the TVR rate, and money was put into the housing, correct, Chair?
Yeah, I believe money was put into housing and supposed to be in improvements to Vidina Stadium.
Okay, correct. Now, since that time, has every year followed that the same amount of money that we had raised goes into the housing? It hasn't?
They've always put money in housing. I believe it got reduced during COVID. Yeah, that amount was reduced.
Right.
COVID, we lost not only money from COVID, but I believe we lost TAT from the state.
Correct. And again, you guys sat on that council, and you guys saw that money. Not you. Kipukai, you sat on that council.
Probably not, 16 to 18.
I'm talking about the years to follow, the 19.
I've been on and off,
20,
yeah.
correct? And you guys saw that money be used by admin because the mayor needed to use that money in the budget. So the process is not that simple, just to take money, tax people. You guys know that taxing is a very insufficient way to be fiscally responsible when you run any kind of business. That should be our last resort. And I believe my vote on it was not to see money sitting in an account that we couldn't spend for that year. And Adam told us that he had $15.5 million. He had more than enough that he could spend for that year. This whole thing made us look really bad with the media.
Not what he said.
It made us look really bad with the media that all 7 of us don't have a conscience about public housing. That's our biggest concern. The 7 of us and our mayor and his administration. We would love to build a house for everybody. But taxing a certain group of people and leaving that funding in an account and not being used for that year is not a fiscal way to run a business or a county. You want the money circulating in the economy. That's how you strengthen your economy. So that's my point on this.
Council Vice Chair Chop.
Yeah, I was hoping we didn't get down this road.
And making points.
So, taxing is the only means for this county to balance its budget. And I would completely agree, and you know, the perceptions are perceptions, and that's just part of the job. But we all care, as was mentioned, about housing, and that much I think we can all agree upon. The council is very limited in its abilities to move the needle forward on certain items. This is primarily sits in the council's seat in order to make the decision on. And it's set up such that it can't be done easily. And that's a good thing. It's done by a supermajority. So to say that, you know, this is something that can be easily done is just, it's false. But I think, you know, it is our process in order to put it on the table to have that discussion, and it should be ongoing. Now, going back to when the last increase in TVRs was done, and that funding was sent to the housing revolving fund, all of that fund was expended. It was utilized, and we have some great outcomes because of it today that we can be proud of. And I think that, you know, when we plan for something, and if you go through enough of these budgets over time, you'll find that this, you know where your levers are and what you need to pull. And that is something that I think some of you will come to understand and maybe be able to plan for ahead of time. But certainly I've seen enough budgets to see that this is where it happens, and this is the mechanism of which we go through in order to make it happen. And so, you know, what happened after that vote and the following budget was the flood happened, followed by the pandemic. And so to have that flexibility, which I think I agree, and I know our chair does definitely, to have that flexibility is really important. That's one of the reasons why a charter amendment was never introduced for an earmark, because we like to have the flexibility of moving that funding. And we decided the following year that we needed it. Is that money still there? Yes. Should we be active on it? Yes. And such is whenever another increase is considered. So I would just say, I don't know if we need to get hard on ourselves here. This is the way for us to make those changes. And we need to continue to have those discussions.
Councilmember
I just wanted to be very clear too. I was not saying that it was simple or easy. All I was saying is that it is our responsibility, that we have that authority and we have that responsibility. And like, you know, Vice Chair talked about as far as the lever and the mechanism, that is our biggest responsibility. The budget is our biggest responsibility. And the thing about the $15 million, our housing director shared with us $15 million worth of expenses that had he had $15 million in his housing development fund, he could spend on all these purposes. Now, he did also say the whole thing about it's more than a year and going forward and having to grow the fund, because what's coming in the next couple of years is way beyond the 4 or 5 million that we've been allocating year after year. But yeah, it's not simple or easy. It's a big, bold, broad policy decisions, but that's our job. We all were elected to not have it simple or easy. We were elected to make tough decisions, and sometimes when it's on the floor, you just have to vote up or down and explain your reason why, and then move on. And I was very clear and passionate in the end, saying, I hope, and I still hope, that we don't, next budget cycle, hopefully if we're here, in the next council for them, that they don't start from a blank piece of paper again, that they start from where we left off, because we at least got it to that point of the discussion. So that's enough. Thank you, Chair.
And for me, you know, I'm just gonna say, I don't think we have a scheduling problem. I think the way our budget is set up is that we work backwards. You know, the budget needs to be passed at a certain time. This is the way it goes. I think if we started the budget earlier because of this option for maybe a tax rate change, I don't know if the outcome will be any different than what it did. You know, I think everybody made their decision on the spot. They're sticking with their decision, and that's the way it should be. And we move on. And so, you know, I don't think there should be a schedule change with the way the budget goes. You know, that's the way it's been going this whole time. I think it works well. Staff works well on it. That's my opinion. I think we make the decision at that place and time. We have a lot of knowledge and information from the budget going into that decision to decide whether we want to go up and down. It might not be a comfortable decision we make, but it's the decision we make and stand by. That being said, you know, I guess now would be a good time for me to justify where my stance was on that actual proposal, which that proposal is to increase the TVR rates and to provide that increased revenue to housing. I did make the statement, you know, I didn't think that was the right time to do it. The premise of that is that, you know, I'm not in favor of increasing taxes because I strongly believe we need to be fiscally responsible and live within our means. Taxes should only be done sparingly, strategically, and when absolutely necessary. And in this case, when I say I didn't think it was the right time, the county saw a $49 million increase this budget in revenue. And $49 million increase in revenue is huge. In the past, I believe we might have had a negative around COVID time. You know, a $3 to $10 million increase is usually typical of what we see. $49 million increase is huge, and there's reasons for that $49 million increase. I have them written down. Off the top of my head, the additional 3% TAT we got that we're taxing on top of transient vacation rentals, that brought in, I believe, $19 million. The residential investor tax class brought in $17 million more dollars, and then just basic assessments increased. So even assessments on vacation rentals increased. They brought in an additional $7 million. Every vacation rental, the average increase for them was about 15%. So, you know, that's how we got this kind of big influx of money. You know, and then when you think about it, the vacation rental tax class has already been impacted because they saw that 15% increase that brought in $17 million to the county, and then they were assessed with that 3% on top of the state's already 10.25%. So, you know, they've already been affected in this budget cycle, and not long ago, last year or 2 years ago, they couldn't even operate. We didn't even have tourists on island. We never gave them any reprieve on their property taxes. They all paid it. So for me, it was not the time. You know, we live within our means. $49 million is a lot of money that has come in. A lot of that money went to our CIP. You know, we had a lot of new projects, $22 million worth of new projects in our CIP. So again, you know, if we really wanted to push money to housing, then we can look at that CIP list and say, what is not a priority on this list and what is the need for housing now? And, you know, at the time, I didn't hear from the housing director as far as a need for money at this time. You know, they did give us a list of $15 million, but that was a wish list. On that list, $5.3 million of that was for construction of a community center at Limaola, which isn't housing, it's a community center. And, you know, at the time we had information from the mayor's office that we're also getting money from the state to actually fund part of that community center. So that wouldn't be a total amount. You know, other parts of the money was relating to purchasing property in Kilauea. He mentioned numerous times that many of the projects on his wish list was not shovel ready. You know, it depended on all of these pre-construction type of studies first before he can move into getting into some of these other items. And all of those pre-construction items were on that $15 million list. And all of those were being funded by the $3 million that housing was getting at that time. So, you know, that's kind of two sides to the coin on that proposal. You know, and so that's kind of, you know, some of the justification why I didn't vote for that proposal. You know, we have to live within our means. I'm not a fan of taxing and spending earmarks. You know, I'm just in favor of being fiscally responsible, and I think that's the way I ran the budget. I think all 8 years that I've been on it. And again, you know, if housing really needed the money, then they needed to convince everyone that they needed the money. And Adam was pretty honest and clear. You know, he said he did not need all that money at this time, you know, and I think they mentioned that it could go in the revolving fund and, you know, it doesn't necessarily need to get spent that year. But again, the county has many needs. I think, we base our budget based on the needs we have now, and that was the decision that I made at the time. So, Councilmember DeCosta?
I want to reiterate a little bit. And Chair, again, you always seem to have much common sense when you point stuff out. And our job as 7 of us here is to be able to absorb what each other says on this table and be able to change our mind based on the influence or the statistics or the information that we share with each other. I've done it many times. You guys won my vote many times on this floor, on this table. And I think this is one of the situations where being fiscally responsible is important. And I'm going to say this because I think Council Vice Chair Mason Chuck mentioned it twice about the COVID and the flood. And I'm an economist. That's my background, that's my degree. And I look at how the economy is. And the buzzword right now at our nation's capital is a recession. Is a recession. What does a recession mean? It means that people live within the means. It means counties and states across the nation may not travel, may not spend that lucrative cash that they have willingly. I believe our mayor was looking at that. If we hit a recession, what would happen to these TVRs? They paid their taxes during COVID. We hit a recession, they're still going to be able to pay those taxes. They bounce back within a year. That's it. We have 1 year of them bouncing back. I'm trying to be responsible councilman for all the entities on Kauai, from our local families who don't own a TVR, who don't even own a home, to our local families who own a home, to local families who own a TVR, and to the mainlanders who own a TVR. We are their councilman here on the island, councilwoman, and we are should be responsible. So that's why I wanted to let my manao and tell you guys my stance on this.
Councilmember Carvalho?
I understand all the discussion, and I think we're on the same page with most of it. But speaking on the administrative side, and I understand the process and how the importance of what is on your wish list and what is the actual funding that you need to get things done. Because at the end of the day, administration is going to have to make it happen, and the funding is coming. But I think in the discussion part, the opportunity is still on the table in the future, that the funding can go and can be utilized within a time that it's supposed to be used, and then let it flow that way to me. And on the administration side, we would like to make sure that we can follow through and we can make sure the funds are utilized. Whether it be housing is a big thing for us. So I think the process, we all made our own decisions, and I too felt that the timing and all the information was being discussed, and I remember housing saying that right now they couldn't utilize all the funds. But it's not that they didn't need any funding, it's just the timing of it. So give me the timing, we'll get it going, we'll move to the next level. I understand that. That's how it has happened, unless it's changed. But anyway, just wanted to say that on my part, and then move forward. So it's still open for discussion. We can move forward in other ways, but working together.
Councilmember Evsley?
Yeah, I wasn't prepared to have this conversation again, and I don't necessarily think it's even that valuable to have again. I'm ready to go to bat a year from now, try it all over. But I guess for today, I do want to respond to a couple of things. One, yeah, everybody's passionate. Every single person around this room has taken hard votes on affordable housing, has introduced policies relating to affordable housing. Right? I think everybody recognizes the scale of this problem and is trying to address it in different ways. And I think we all recognize that it's sort of an all of the above approach, right? We need to encourage more market rate development. We need to do what we can with our zoning, with our infrastructure. We need to be building more subsidized affordable housing. And in my opinion, we need to be doing more to disincentivize vacant home ownership and TVRs to get supply from everywhere that we can get housing supply. And this policy was a small step in that direction. You know, I agree with everything that Councilmember Cooley said, except when he said that this was bold, and that I don't even think it was bold, right? It still would make us less than basically than the TVR rates on every other island. And it's a policy that comes right out of the general plan, right? Which says TVR should be equal to resort. It's wouldn't have solved the problem. It would have taken us a half step in the right direction. And it's something that I think is at a bare minimum necessary. Bold is going to, you know, what the other islands are doing or even higher, which is, you know, $11, $12 per TVR. Bold is going what the mainland would tax a TVR, you know, which is $20 per $1,000 assessed, right? Bold is not going to 1085. I think, you know, maybe we all heard what Adam was saying differently, or all heard what we wanted to hear possibly. From what I heard from Adam was that there is a need for more money for affordable housing. We have giant infrastructure projects coming through the pipe in the next few years with no funding source identified. Given that it's a revolving fund, even if the money rolls over, it could be used for these big projects coming up. I never once heard him say that the money is not needed, and in fact I heard the opposite. You know, and he has said multiple times that even if it's not a county project, that money is often can be used to help subsidize you know, other low-income housing development, which enables these projects to pencil out and often get access to LIHTC credits that they wouldn't otherwise, right? So this is leveraging private and federal funding when we have access to this type of money that can be, you know, like this. There's going to be enough housing development going up right across the street that's using, you know, some county money that was able to help get it penciled out. So I think the money is absolutely necessary. You know, regarding what would happen if, you know, we go into a recession, I think that's why, you know, when times are good is when we try and, you know, build the capacity to get through times that are not good. So what would happen to TVRs if there's a recession? You know, what would happen to residents in recession? People out, that's the time when we need to be spending even more money on affordable housing. And if we had the capacity to and have a revolving fund, you know, housing revolving fund with the money in it, you could even cut other taxes, right? That's what you should do in a recession, possibly, is cut taxes using the money that you've gotten during good times. And these are as good of times as they get for TVRs. The industry is booming. Ask anybody who owns a TVR. They're doing better by far than they've ever done. Lastly, I just want to, before I go on too long, a couple of misstatements I think that have been made in, you know, letters to the paper or elsewhere. One is there was a statement in the paper saying that there was no earmark, right? That's not true. This was an earmark. That's how the budget process works. We've gone over that. This money raised the tax. It made a one-year earmark. That's all we can do absent a charter amendment. We've gone through that. So this was clearly an earmark for affordable housing. Number two, there was a letter in the paper saying there's only something like 50 TVRs on the island and that the 4,000 number is inaccurate. That's not true, right? 4,000 is the number of, approximately the number of TVRs that a real property tax division classifies as TVRs. That means there's short-term rental operations happening on those properties. And even that number is an underestimate because that's just 4,000 parcels with TVRs, right? Many of those parcels have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 TVRs on a single parcel, right? So that 4,000 isn't even the total number of TVRs that we have on Kauai. And that's, you know, 1 in 8. Another error, and I apologize, Councilmember DaCosta asked me on the floor how many residents own TVRs, and I cited a number from the Appleseed Foundation, which said 52% or 54% of TVRs are owned by mainland investors. And that came from a report, statewide data. There was a caveat on the data that the data is not good, so I asked our finance department if they could figure out how many were owned by local homeowners, and they came back with 15%. And that's using address data for their TAT tax filing, separating out management companies. Their best approximation was somewhere in the range of 15%. Even that data, I'm sure, is not good, because that's just looking at where somebody's filing their taxes. But that was my fault. I gave that number out. That number has been repeated many times elsewhere. So the number is likely a lot closer to 15% are local residents. Anyway, there's more, but I'm not going to keep going here. I appreciate deeply the conversation we've all had here. I appreciate deeply everybody's perspectives here, and I look forward to having this conversation in 360 days, maybe. So thank you all.
Councilmember Cowden?
I think this kind of conversation is extremely important, and you know, for the viewers who might not know, we have sunshine laws that keep us from being able to talk about it when we are together. So these things are very important. On the earmarks, I might be talking about mine, I'm talking about permanent earmarks. And so, like what I just heard from Vice Chair Chalk about the trouble with chartered earmarks is worthy of consideration. When we look at our deferred maintenance, which is our Kuleana, like I don't know if anybody's noticed, but that bridge in Anahola, you can't go across the road anymore. You can't make the loop. When I looked at that, knowing how much it costs to fix bridges, I don't know what that one does cost, but it seems like a crazy amount, you know, $1 million, $2 million just to fix a little bridge, sometimes more. Councilmember DaCosta brought up recession. Yes, we're looking at recession. Inflation needs to be added to that, inflation and recession. So everybody is getting a tax increase because of the inflationary pressure, except for those of us pretty much in homestead or commercial residential because we have this assessment cap. So I appreciate where Chair Kaneshiro pointed out those different pieces of the 49 million. These aren't easy choices, and when I look at the deferred maintenance on our infrastructure, that's a big piece, and so infrastructure is such a key part of being able to have affordable housing. I like that we're all on the same page. I want to just speak to term limits for a moment. I know that I'm a beneficiary of these term limits, but we're going to lose two important people, whether I agree with you or not on things. You both have a whole lot to bring to the table. I'm thankful for your many years of service, Councilmember Carvalho, and it takes a learning process of going on, and when you're in the experience of pushing for something that is stopped is important. So then when I look at these very short terms, this was all a charter amendment. These short terms, we're all competing against each other all the time. I mean, we try not to. But then we have these short terms, we lose institutional memory, we lose knowledge. And so when we have citizens that maybe rightfully complain, if I can say that, pull points out where they disagree with us. Part of it is the training process, the learning process, and this myriad of nuances. So I am thankful that we did have this conversation right now. And when we're thinking about 360 days from now, believe me, I will be pumping ahead of time of that of when we're going to be talking about that, so that anybody on any of those tax classes can be getting their input into us so that we make our best decisions and then can feel confident that we've heard from them, because that's a big issue for me, is if I've been sitting in an empty room for 2 years, I'm really thankful to have people to begin coming back, but the public is such an important part of this process. So I thank you all for this conversation, and full respect to my colleagues who voted differently than I did on a very, very difficult decision, and I feel like a very loud champion for those without housing or barely housed. So can't get closer to my heart than that topic.
Okay. Anyone else? Final discussion? If not, we'll take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Carvalho. Councilmember Chalk.
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden.
Aye.
Councilmember DaCosta.
Aye.
Councilmember Evslin.
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i.
Aye.
Council Chair Kaneshiro.
Aye.
7 ayes.
With that, we'll take our 10-minute caption break, and we'll be back continuing with our council meeting agenda. Mike? Okay, welcome back. We're on page 5, resolutions number 2.
Chair, resolution number 2022-18, resolution amending resolution number 138, 1954, and resolution number 90-94 by establishing a crosswalk and left turn only lane along Hanamaulu Road, Lihue District, County of Kauai.
Okay.
Received no written testimony on this item. I will suspend the rules and have probably Michael Mo. Can you just give us an overview of this resolution and what changes are going to take place?
Good morning, Chair, members of Council. This is Michael Mo, Chief of the Engineering Division of Public Works. And just a quick overview. This is one of 2 Safe Routes to School projects that we are currently building here on Kauai. This is for King Kamali'i School. And pretty simple changes here from a resolution point of view. The project includes sidewalks and crosswalks and paved shoulders and some flashing beacons for the crosswalks. But what's being changed as far as resolutions go, what's included in this resolution, I should say, are 2 things. One, we're moving a crosswalk, and I can share a screen so you can see a map of that. Let me just do that real quick. Oops, wrong screen, sorry. That's not what I meant to share. There we go. Okay, so that should be a screen of the resolution itself. I'll scroll down to the map, and I'm going to pull up Google Earth and show it as well, so I can kind of give you a bigger picture of what's going on. So here's the map. This is the school area right here. Let me change my cursor. Right here's the school. This is the entrance to the school into the parking lot. The exit is here at the bottom of the map. This is the map attached to the resolution. There's a left turn lane here and the crosswalk here. The project also includes some improvements at a crosswalk nearby, and I'll show that in Google Earth here momentarily. But the left turn lane is an existing feature that we're reconfiguring a bit as part of the project. But we, through our research and checking with council services staff, we were unable to locate any resolution establishing the left turn lane. And since the code states that council shall establish things like turn lanes or traffic lanes by resolution, we wanted to clean up the fact that was not established by resolution here. So that's why the left turn lane is included, even though it's an existing feature. We are shifting it a little bit as part of the project, but it's roughly speaking where it was before. I'm going to pull up Google Earth here so we can see the area here in a map. Okay, drag this over. So here's the school area. This is the school parking lot, entrance, exit. Turn off these roads. You can see the turn lane existing here. This is an existing image. You can see an existing crosswalk right at the school entrance. And that crosswalk is being moved from this location to here. Just west of La Wahana Street, which is the street here. This is Hanamalu Road and La Wahana Street. There's an existing crosswalk down here at Cooley Street, and we are doing some improvements there. Make that bigger for you. We are doing some improvements here to make this safer by putting in a curb extension to bring the students and other pedestrians crossing the street out past the parked cars here so they can see better when they're crossing the street. But we're not moving that crosswalk, so that's not included in this resolution, but the work does include safety improvements to that crosswalk as well. So again, the simple changes are to take this turn lane and establish it by resolution, remove this crosswalk, and establish a crosswalk over here at this location. The resolution also includes repealing an old crosswalk. Go back to the text for that. So if you look at the text here for the resolution, you see this first one being repealed here, 1,055 feet east from Kuhio Highway. If you measure that distance, and I can do it in Google Earth for you if you want, but it's not necessary, I don't think. It takes you to a location where there's no crosswalk now. And based on aerial imagery that we have, we don't see any crosswalk there for years, 20 years roughly at least. So we were just repealing that because that crosswalk hasn't been in place for a long time, even though there's still a resolution for it. Section 2 here is establishing the one at the west side of Lawahana Street, and Section 3 is repealing the one that's 150 feet west of Lawahana Street near the school entrance. And then on the next page, Section 4 establishes the turn lane, which again existed physically here, establishing this turn lane, but we're doing the resolution to clean that up as part of the resolution today. And that's all I've got.
Thanks for that explanation. Do we have any questions for Mike on this resolution regarding the crosswalk and left turn lane? Councilmember Cowden.
I know I have walked with different members of the community. I'm sorry I was a little bit late here. You worked with a community association, or this was community driven, correct? You're muted.
My bad. This project's been around for a while. Funding was obtained back in 2014 for the Safe Routes to School project. We've worked with the school, held public meetings at the school, worked with the homeowners association in Hanamalu. The project actually originally included more elements traveling down Hohohana Street nearby, and those were removed based on public meetings. They were pretty hard to implement given the constraints on that street. So we worked with the school and the public to not include those improvements, mainly focusing on the area shown on the map now, which is sidewalks on Akuli Street here, and improved crossings and sidewalks on Hanamalu Road all the way to here at Hanamalu Place, and the crosswalks that I talked about before.
Okay, so I believe I was on that Safe Routes to School, and we had a young member of that community hit by a car with some serious enduring injuries. So
yeah, that's at the other end of the community, though. That's not that close to the school here.
Yeah,
that's where that crash occurred.
That's further down, and that's where you say we were not making the correction yet.
That crash occurred way over here on Laucona Street. From the road names back on. Okay. Laucona Street, and this area was never part of the Safe Routes to School project. My understanding is that the student who was hit there wasn't walking to King Kamui School, but rather to a nearby bus stop to catch a bus to either the Angda Middle School, when she was hit, unfortunately.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the members? Councilmember Di Costa.
I had a general question, not specifically towards this, but a general question for Michael. Yeah, Mike. Hi, how are you, Michael? Michael, I'm glad you brought that up about the cars that are parked on the street and having to bring out the crosswalk. It seems like when there's parking stalls next to crosswalks that have a sign but don't have the flashing beacon, it is kind of dangerous because the pedestrian got to walk kind of out to see the oncoming traffic with the parked cars on both sides of that street. Out in Waimea, I was just talking with Troy a little bit about it, but there's a spot out there that needs some kind of attention. But anyway, thank you for bringing that up, Mike. It's important.
Any other questions from the members? If not, while the rules are still suspended, anyone in the audience wishing to testify? Anyone on Zoom? Any further questions? Call the meeting back to order. Any final discussion? If not, roll call vote.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Aye.
Councilmember Chop?
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden?
Aye.
Councilmember Di Costa?
Aye.
Councilmember Evslin?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i?
Aye.
Council Chair Kaneshiro?
Aye.
7 ayes. The next item is resolution number 2022-19, resolution amending resolution number 32, draft 1, 1985, as amended by resolution numbers 27, 1987, 75, 1988, and 45 in 1989, and resolution number 2000-21 relating to traffic regulations at Princeville.
To approve?
Okay.
We received written testimony on this item, and I'll suspend the rules. And Councilmember Cowden, if you want to explain this resol.
Yes, this is a pretty simple resolution. There is a traffic circle as you enter Princeville on Kahaku Road, and I believe that was one of the very first traffic circles, if not the first one on the island. It's not exactly a roundabout because it isn't exactly circular, but the stop signs are within the circle, and now we have people who understand to yield as they enter a roundabout or a traffic circle. So that's essentially the change that was made, and we have traffic confusion going into that area, and there are sometimes speeding issues, I think partly driven by frustration as people come out. So we want to start with fixing this, and I just really want to thank Michael Mole for being, I would say, above and beyond the call of duty for helping with this and making it be a really easy solution and suggestion. And you'll see that both homeowners associations have written their letter of approval, and they did do a survey of the community as they suggested, and there wasn't a challenge on that. And I think it'll help the flow through that area, especially when the Kuhio Highway is damaged and broken. That area has exceptional amount of traffic going through it that isn't ordinary. So I'm thankful that this is in place. I don't know if Michael Mole would like to add anything to that or not, but thank you very much, Michael, for the work that you did and for improving and cleaning up the rest of the document that was really quite old for the subdivision. You did a very nice job.
Any questions from the members on this? If not, anyone in the audience wishing to testify on this item? Anyone on Zoom? Any final questions from the members? Call the meeting back to order. Any final discussion? Or roll call vote?
Councilmember Carvalho?
Aye.
Councilmember Chop?
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden?
Aye.
Councilmember DeCosta?
Aye.
Councilmember Evsland?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuli'i?
Aye.
Council Chair Kanashiro?
Aye.
7 ayes. The next item is bill for first reading, proposed draft bill number 2868, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 8 Kauai County Code 1987 as amended, relating to the application of regulations.
Move to approve on first reading, schedule for public hearing on July 6th, and refer to planning.
We have a second.
Second.
Received no written testimony on this item. I'll suspend the rules. Kaina, if you want to give us an overview of this bill, please.
Good morning, Council Chair, members of Council. Kaina Hall on behalf of the Planning Department. Sorry, I just ran up a bunch of stairs. The draft bill you folks have before you today is a measure concerning having the appropriate respective dwelling unit count for each CPR project proposed, CPR unit proposed in a CPR project. Kind of going, giving some back history behind this. The horizontal property regime statute has been in state law since the 1960s. In the 1980s, it really began to get applied in a rather robust manner here on Kauai to essentially somewhat circumvent the one-time subdivision agricultural limitation we have here at Kauai. And I'm not going to, there's CPRs can be a galvanizing topic, but one of the issues that arose back in the 80s was the CPR process is a state regime, and it's run by a state entity. And so at that time, the planning department, policymakers here in Kauai had grave concerns about the Kauai Real Estate Commission letting CPR projects happen willy-nilly, sometimes without density, and essentially developers or realtors selling CPR units on the open market without any density rights. And so what happened is there was not a wave, but a fair amount of CPR units sold on the open market in which people couldn't really build on. That, in response, had some concerns both by the Hawaii Real Estate Commission as well as the County of Kauai, whereby in the early 2000s, the Real Estate Commission started actually checking with the County of Kauai Planning Department to ensure that each of the respective proposed CPR units in a CPR project, that is a condominium property regime project, is in conformance with county law, which the standard outreach was requesting whether or not there are any zoning violations, which we would respond to whether or not there were. But in around 2010, recognizing that there are still some concerns about CPR units being sold without density, the planning department began actually communicating with the Hawaii Real Estate Commission that these properties and projects need to have the respective dwelling unit entitlements per CPR unit. So again, that no CPR units without any density rights were sold on the open market to unsuspecting buyers. And so we've had that practice in play for nearly a decade now. And I'd say about a year ago, some land use attorneys, a bit more on the private property side, began reflecting that this policy and practice may be an overreach on behalf of the planning department, being that there are no hard and fast rules or regulations concerning that restriction. And so in response to those concerns and the possible legal liability we may be open to continuing the practice, we drafted up this ordinance you have before you folks to essentially limit the amount of CPR units to, in any CPR project, to the respective amount of dwelling units that are on a subject property. It went through Planning Commission relatively easily, without much controversy, and is before you folks now. I can say since it went to the Planning Commission, though, at least one land use attorney has reached out, in fact, just yesterday, to me, expressing his concerns that while this makes sense for residential condominium property regime projects, he has concerns about it being applied to commercial or industrial condominium property regime projects, being that many of them may have no intention of ever developing a dwelling unit on the respective unit that they're chopping up. And hearing that, I think is a valid concern. I've asked that attorney to submit official comments to the county council so that we can get that on the record. I believe there's still ways we can work and address these concerns and issues, and look forward to the committee should you guys refer it to committee.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. I have questions. Councilmember Evslin, then Councilmember Cowden.
Thanks, Ka'aina. Along with there being potential concerns with commercial and industrial, couldn't there be some value on agricultural land of having a zero density parcel, which somewhat ensures that that parcel will get used for agricultural purposes, like I think we see a lot in Moloa, or elsewhere?
Yeah, and then I think Evelyn, it is the agricultural area that is of most of our concerns, where most of these CPR units were chopped up and utilized, sold in the open market, in a manner in which the buyers were thinking that they had dwelling unit rights. I mean, there are disclosure documents. It's their responsibility and their realtor's responsibility to go through the CPR declaration in detail. And if they don't, they might realize that they don't have a density entitlement. So it's a valid point, Councilmember Evslin. And I think that there's more that we could discuss in that in committee and working together. I'd say Moloa comes to in particular mind that was arguably one of the most problematic situations for CPR units being chopped up without density rights. Having said that, I can recognize also that Moloa has a fair amount of actual farming occurring on those CPR units that are vacant. And so, whether or not this practice that was put in play is much more a function of maybe we've reeled in as we've beefed up and scaled our enforcement operations. Yeah, and it's a balancing act, I guess, council member.
Thanks, and I guess kind of along those lines, I could see some value in a larger lot getting CPR and sort of bundling the density together into one portion, which I think is better for a lot of reasons, infrastructure, et cetera, and then leaving, a large segment with no density, and then the owner of that is forced to farm it or lease it out for farming purposes or something along those lines. So you don't have to answer that. I just speaking hypothetically. But another example, what if there's two adjacent properties, say one owner for 2 TMKs, and they want to CPR off a house site on the bottom TMK, say, an acre around the single house on the bottom TMK, and then it leaves a large swath of that TMK with no density, but since they own the adjacent TMK, right, they build their house on the adjacent TMK, and they're using that TMK sort of as their farm or their yard or whatever. Like, I don't know, is there options for them to change their lot lines, or how can that be accommodated?
It could, in theory, be accommodated through the CPR process as it exists today. Not necessarily the way we've been practicing it with Real Estate Commission and are working with them and ensuring that we have no non-conformance issues. Arguably and off the cuff, I'd say the best approach for setting up a no-density agricultural parcel, if you will, really should be done through the subdivision process. And in that, you can get a variance against the one-time sub process whereby you can establish just a parcel for agricultural purposes with no density. And through that process, more conditions of approval can be established for the planning department to enforce and ensure that that parcel is really being used for agriculture if we're separating away with no density. The case that's particularly emblematic of that is the ag park in Kilauea. That was created explicitly through the subdivision process for a non-density parcel for agriculture purposes with very specific conditions on how it can and needs to be used for agriculture purposes. So that is the one route that I would generally try to push applicants towards if they want to go through that for that regime. But again, it's not to say it can't be done through the CPR process. Should the policy, I think, of council want to lean more towards that, which would ultimately be in kind of receipt of this bill, if you will.
Sorry, one more question. And sorry, some of this is stuff that probably details we should go through in committee, but just a quick one. If somebody's trying to change their lot lines without creating any new lots, right? They've got 2 lots, they're just trying to move lines around. How hard is that process to do, or do you have to go through the subdivision process to do that?
You're talking about lot lines, not CPR lines, right?
Yeah. So say 2 adjacent TMKs, right? They want to kind of carve something out that's different so they can possibly CPR off a smaller parcel of it while reconforming their TMK to absorb some of that existing parcel, if that makes sense.
For the most part, it's not that much of a lengthy process if no additional density is going to be established, right? If moving and doing a small minor lot line adjustment results in the increase in density, then it could be a bit more thorough in which all the infrastructure agencies have to participate.
Okay, thanks, guys.
And I'll just say to your point. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
So I'll just say to your point, council member, also about various discussions of how CPRs are utilized and in what function and capacity, and the idea of clustering units to ease up the infrastructure requirements. This is, I'll say, it's been a bumpy road with the County of Kauai and CPRs. I think Director Shigimoto, who was speaking to you folks earlier this morning, when it first started being utilized kind of robustly back in the 80s, Director Shigimoto attempted to and proposed essentially tying CPRs to the subdivision process. That was ultimately, not adopted by the council at that time. Later on in the 90s, Director Kroll attempted to propose a bill that would cluster farm dwellings on ag lots, so as to speak particularly to that concern you're bringing up, Councilmember Ramsden. That again was not, and also because of the concerns that were happening with CPRs and the chopping up of agricultural land, with, but ultimately that also was not adopted. And there were valid concerns on both sides, but in an attempt to address CPRs and concerns that arise out of them, that there's been a long slew of history with let's say, the planning department. This we think is a relatively minor one, but at the same time, we're recognizing now that maybe a few bumps and hiccups that hopefully we can iron out in committee.
Councilmember Cowden?
I have a reasonable amount of experience in this as a consumer. Full disclosure, I've been a partner in 4 CPRs. The first one was in the 80s. I believe we were the third one on the island. And I will say 3 of the 4 had difficulties. The design of doing this type of land division really matters, that there's well-informed and agreed-upon partners, so it is problematic, so I want to just acknowledge that. It did result, from a difficult economic shift on the northeast side and north. So a question that I would have, just for clarity, in many of these properties, they'd say they were broken into 5, and they had 5 house sites, and then 1 guest house. So what happened is maybe the first 3 to built a house and a guest house, so then all of a sudden there was 6, and the remaining 2 then no longer had a place to put a house. Is that the problem you're addressing here?
One of the problems, yes, Councilmember.
So this would stop that particular challenge, because that has been a huge challenge, because it's like a race to the top, and it creates a race to the top of getting the properties built. So it sidelines the last couple builders. So that one, this would assist that.
Well, there's 2 issues when you bring up the race to the top, Councilmember Cowden. One is that, and it was associated with the driveway requirement that we previously had that stated you had to have a driveway that, a driveway could only service less than 5 dwelling units. Anything 5 or above had to be serviced by a full-blown county standard roadway.
Right.
And so the race to the top that would happen in property, lots of record that qualified for 5 or more units is the first 4 that built got to build and just put in a relatively mini driveway. It was the 5th and 6th owner, and sometimes there was only a 5th owner, who got stuck with upgrading that driveway to a county standard roadway before they could build their house. So that happened for several years, but about 3 years ago, we had a bill before you folks in conjunction with the engineering division and the fire department, where we were proposing to shift the burden of having to do a county standard roadway to 20 dwelling units, not 5. And so the vast majority of properties that have to build, that have the ability to do CPRs, no longer have that race to the top, because it's usually between 5 and 10 where that problem arose. So that issue is no longer problematic because of the bill that we proposed and you folks adopted 3.5 years ago. The other part of the race to the top is we in the planning department do not oversee private covenants. And so if there is infrastructure, I apologize. If there are some old CPR units out there that were proposed in which, there's 5 CPR units, but actually the property only qualifies for 2 dwelling units, right? It's really the first 2 CPRs that come in for a dwelling unit that get approved, and the other 3, they don't qualify for dwelling units and are just stuck because they don't qualify for any dwelling units on the property, and the planning department's not going to sign off on any. So this proposal ensures that that never happens again. It's happening by practice, and it has been happening by practice for several years in the department. But as I was stating earlier, there are some land use attorneys that feel we may be overreaching, being that we don't have the regulatory authority established in code to restrict it to the dwelling unit capacity.
Thank you. So I'd like to also bring up this zero density element, and again, just a little bit of background on my experience when I was in leadership in the North Shore Business Council. I think most of the time I was the president of it. We were having sugar shutting down. We had a number of economic challenges on both the east and the north. So one of our board members was the realtor of, and we worked together on this Moloa Ahui. So I believe there was 14 properties, if I remember correctly, something like that, that had zero density. And there was a trade for the density to have smaller properties along the ridge line on the less agriculturally positive places. And the thought was it would be sugar workers who would be buying those pieces. And we had a real hard time selling it. You know, it didn't move very easily, and then there was a turnover. So there is, you know, I would call it non-permitted structures that are essential for the farming that ended up on those properties. And so as the property sells and sells and sells, there's a different understanding than what was there. When we first did it, we thought it would be pineapple or bananas or, so the best laid plans of mice and men, off go asunder, I think is the quote. So it didn't happen the way we intended. So that's where I look at the, what's the value? So I have a question here. That's the experience. And even when I look at those properties right now that have zero density and they try and get ag dedication, very difficult for them. If those had one house site on it, they can be homestead or they can be commercial residential as farmers. So I think when we look at our goal of creating sustainable agriculture, a resilient Kauai with housing, having the one home site seems like it's far better than zero, because tax-wise it's going to be better. I mean, I know you're planning and not finance, but what value is there in having not even one house on an ag property? Do you see experience with the trend where we're going for smaller boutique farms?
Yeah, and this is kind of the same, I believe, I wasn't around for it, but I think there's the same discussion, and it's a valid point, Councilor Okada, and I really want to highlight it, is that it's the same discussion, I believe, that happened with the Moloa Hui, and when they went through the subdivision process and ultimately a CPR process of chopping up small parcels that have no density for farmers to utilize. The merit to that is those parcels without any house sites are now no longer competitive on the global speculative market of people that want to buy homes and property for homes here in Hawaii. So it decreased the value of those parcels in a manner that now farmers could possibly afford them. The flip back and the kickback that we saw was a lot of farmers are farming out there and saying it's hard to farm without having an actual house site on it, and began putting house sites on them. Some of them had the ability to do house sites, but some of them were doing illegally. And in response, you saw for a little brief time the realtor industry saying, oh, like the county court is going to allow house sites. And then they began jacking the property rates up and sale rates up for those parcels that were intended to be used for farming. So it's a bit of a rock and a hard place in that farmers can barely afford to get on small parcels on ag land to begin with. So let's consider having them be no dwelling rights so that they're not that expensive. But then on the flip side, needing dwellings to be able to adequately farm their site, right?
I want to acknowledge that just about everything that you're saying is accurate to my memory, and we had those at $10,000 an acre and mostly 10-acre parcels, and where the whole intention was to sell it to people who lived here and would drive for their home, and that's not who bought it. It was bought out elsewise, and then there's always competition now for what could be luxury homes. The zero density does keep them from being luxury homes, but I'm in agreement with your assessment, and it is not easy to solve. This is just one little piece of it, that keeps that race to the top from happening. That's all I see here, is just that one little piece is in this bill, correct? All right.
I have a follow-up kind of, what is the role with the Hawaii Real Estate Commission, and how are they, I guess, drawing the line on it? I know they have an approval process that they go through. Are they saying that every CPR unit needs to have a dwelling unit density, or are they saying, we just need an understanding that, if you have 5 CPRs and you only have 2 densities, then, these 3 are specifically not going to have density? How are they interpreting it currently?
Thanks, Chair. The Hawaii Real Estate Commission has the full authority over the condominium property regime process. So when you apply for a condominium property regime or to CPR your property up, you don't apply to any agency division in the county of Kauai. You go through an attorney to get your paperwork and documentation for the CPR project to go before the Hawaii Real Estate Commission. And it's a fairly arduous process. It's not simple and easy. It's a little bit easier than subdivision and infrastructure exactions, but as far as a fairly laborious, lengthy process of legal documentation and disclosure is necessary, it all goes to them. But part of that process is, and it started happening around the turn of the century, recognizing that some of these CPR units have been created with absent any density, and the problems it was creating and the lawsuits it was creating. Around the turn of the century, the turn of the millennium, the Hawaii Real Estate Commission began checking with each of the respective counties with a letter to saying, is the proposed project and the lot in conformance with the Kauai County Code? And when we first started responding to those, at least the department did, I wasn't around, but the first response to those was just limited to zoning violations, just saying whether or not there's zoning violations. Around, I want to say 2010-ish, recognizing that they're still having problems with developers chopping up CPR units with no density, and the confusion is creating on the real estate market, the planning department began a practice of informing the real estate commission that it's not in compliance if the proposed CPR project does not have the same amount of density units as it has CPR units. So we do that by practice today, and the real estate commission has not objected to that. They just hold the line with us on that. And so far, we haven't had any problems at all with it, quite honestly, Chair. It's just that as of late, we've been getting some pushback from county attorneys saying that they may be willing to challenge our position on that, and that we don't have the authority to say it's non-conformance, being that we don't have any regulatory mechanism to stand on, if you will. And so the proposal is just clarifying and establishing in code a practice that has been happening for the past almost decade.
Well, follow-up, Councilmember Evan.
So the overreach that the attorneys have mentioned, they're saying that your overreach is in you guys saying that the property doesn't conform to this CZO, because you mentioned another issue where somebody comes in with the 0 density property trying to build, and you guys say, no, you don't have any density, you can't build. Nobody's challenging your folks' authority to say that, right? There's no argument saying somebody bought a 0 density property that they have the right for a minimum of 1 structure or something.
Yep, no.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember DiCosta?
Yeah. Hi, Kaina. I had a question, Kaina, and I don't want to add to the race to the top either, but we have a lot of families in the Lauai, Omao, Kalaheo area that have had family land in their generations, CPR'd it, pass it down to their kids, 5-acre lots CPR'd into 2 partials, 2.5 acres per partial. One gets the guest house, one doesn't, and their density is 3 homes on that CPR'd 5-acre lot into 2 sections. Now they each had 2 children. They got 2 acres, 2.5 acres with 1 house, and they want to leave something to their second child. We have anything in the works that can assist these kind of local families without creating a real estate market on the North Shore that's gonna add so much more density, and then it's gonna drive the prices even further up, that we might hit a situation where we don't wanna be in. I'm just looking at those families. That conversation piece gotta happen, and we normally don't have a chance to talk about it until now. And I'm pretty sure up in Kauai area, Mr. Cabal, there's quite a bit of families like that, you know, so.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember DaCosta. It's a absolutely valid point, and it's one we are constantly having to respond to and look at inquiries. From a policy, a written policy perspective, there's no way we can say, you know, there's no mechanism like the ADUs or ARUs, if you will, that we could, from a written perspective, say this applies, you know, to Lauai and or this applies to local families, right? Like, just constitutionally, we get in problems with that. As much as I think there's a desire on not part of policymakers, but on much of the island to try and figure that out. Just from a legal perspective, there's barriers to that. From a mapping perspective and a zoning district perspective, that there is a possibility to do that, right? There is the possibility to looking at certain areas around the island that we would upzone, so it no longer is agricultural, so that it is, you know, low density R1 or R2 or R4. That's a lengthy process, though, to be honest, because you have to go through the general plan and update or amend the general plan to say these areas that have been designated for agriculture need to be looked at upzone. And then after doing that, then you have to go to the Land Use Commission to actually get SLUD urban or SLUD state land use district urban or state land use district rural zoning. And then from there, you can go to the county council and actually look at upzoning them to higher intensity of dwelling units. I'm not trying to push off and say that shouldn't be done. I think that can still be surgically looked at to do, let's say, a prescriptive manner. But it's a lengthy process and lengthy by design, quite honestly. It's done not just from the impacts that could have, right? And I mean, you have one or two local families knocking on your door from Lauai saying, I want to do this upzone. If they're not in the state land use rural or urban district, you know, saying no or yes to one or two families, you know, is one issue. But when you do it on a wide scale, the reason it's so lengthy and there is a process to it is because not only the impacts it has in development, but the demands it will take on infrastructure can be very serious. And a lot of the issues that you folks deal with deferred maintenance costs and not being able to keep up with, you know, the road improvements, and the water department not being able to keep up with its water maintenance lines, and the ability for wastewater to run sewer lines to additional areas, right? What has come home, in a matter of speaking, of the chickens have come home to roost, is we did a lot of upzoning without actually anticipating or really planning for the infrastructure upgrades. And so upzoning these agriculture areas without really planning on how the infrastructure is going to be addressed can be extremely problematic, and which we're trying to figure out how to fund those now. So I don't say that as a no, we can't do it. It's just a cautious approach on how it should be done if as policymakers we're going to embark on that path. Sorry if that was kind of lengthy.
No, it's just understanding what the importance. We talk about public housing, affordable housing, but now we're talking about people with land that might need infrastructure to get to that land to build. So there's other ways that we can, you know, hit affordable housing, just different avenues and different ways. So thank you.
Any further questions from the members on this item? It is for first reading right now, but it was a good discussion on it, I think, to get to committee. If not, anyone in the audience wishing to testify? Okay, I have Lonnie and then Jill. Lonnie.
For the record, Lonnie Sykos. In this conversation, I lived on Maui for 25 years. The issue of CPRing any land, including and especially ag land, we began to address on Maui in the mid-90s, as best I can remember, as a direct result of the CPRing of ag land on Kauai. And so, I know from going to the Planning Commission on Maui, I know from going to the Water Board on Maui, I know from going and trying getting occupancy permit for the office trailer on my farm, that the argument that the CPRing of land was forced on Kauai is a lie. There is nothing in state law that requires you to allow or have allowed the CPR of any land, including ag land. And so for the public, wrap your head around what a condominium is, a building that has privately owned space and community-owned hallways and sidewalks and parking lots, and then now take a bare piece of land and chop it up and tell me how it's rational that the physical condominium buildings somehow is reflected in a piece of bare land. And so this is the only county that allowed that to occur. On Maui, we had monster battles and used water meters as the way to prevent this process from moving forward. The same on the Big Island. Being from Maui, radio-wise, communication-wise, we're cut off from the rest of Maui. And so the Big Island, in their budgets money for civil defense for East Maui because they're the only people that can reach us in an emergency. And so we follow the politics on the Big Island because they help us. And so this whole CPR thing was created on Kauai. It was utterly corrupt. And what it allowed for was the turning of land, of increasing the value of land without providing anything to the public. Instead of making subdivisions where you get roads and sidewalks and such improvements for the entire public, by CPRing the land, the private landowner gets all the value of the appreciation of the land, and the public gets zip.
First 3 minutes.
Thank you.
I'll have Joe come up.
Good morning. For the record, Jill Lowry, and actually this question is for Kaina if he's still floating around in the ether somewhere. Is he? Is he able to hear my question?
One of the council members can ask the question once you've testified.
Oh, okay, sorry. So with regards to the CPR bill of record, with the project that we're considering on Anainaho Community Park, I'm wondering as we try to identify our options with Waikoa's property prior or after their sale, how this might affect, this bill might affect us as far as ending up with a few additional acres. And it's based in my ignorance, so I apologize for asking this question. Maybe here is not it, but so I'm not even sure who to address this to. Okay, silent. Not a good look. Is there a time and place that I can ask some questions with regards to this CPR bill that would give me a better understanding of how it relates to the project that I have at Anainaho? Maybe that's a better question.
Yeah, and I mean, you can email us the questions. You can request a meeting with the planning department on those type of stuff. So those are the different avenues. We've heard your question, so one of the council members can relay it to kind of now if they want to.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Lonnie, you needed another 3 minutes?
For the record, Lonnie Psychos. Kind has presented some really good both sides of the arguments and things here. And so I can understand the attraction of having used the CPR system, but what I can't wrap my head around is how it is that the planning that went into doing that was incapable of seeing the unintended consequences that are biting us today. For instance, the fire lines that are inadequate because this county council, not you members, but the county council and the mayors and the planning department and everybody else allowed thousands and thousands of houses to get built with no regime in place to deal with the infrastructure improvements needed because all the houses came into existence. And so me, the taxpayer today, I'm the one taking the jerk. Yeah, it's uncomfortable sitting up here occasionally being beaten up by the public because of past decisions that you guys have to deal with, which is the truth of it. But my question sitting here is the county ever going to allow another CPR of raw land as a policy decision? Because if it is, y'all are nuts. If you don't understand how badly this island is messed up because of CPRs, right, there's no hope of fixing anything. That's the problem. You built thousands, tens of thousands of housing units without dealing with the infrastructure required. And so here we are down the road with all these houses built and this enormous infrastructure backlog. And so if you allow more CPR of land, you just dig in the deeper hole. So policy-wise, we need to put an end to that. And it's probably problematic having allowed it to occur so many times, unlike the other counties that prevented it. Here, there's an argument of you let everybody else do it, why can't I?
Thank you. Joe, you wanted another 3 minutes? Anyone on Zoom wishing to testify? If not, back to questions from the members. And again, heard what Joe's question was, and it might be kind of more appropriate maybe for you to contact her, you guys get in touch, because it is kind of more of a individualized issue. I don't know if you have all the background information on it. I don't want to put you on the spot on it, but might be a better venue for you guys to discuss their property on its own independently. Unless you wanted to try and take a crack at it, but I would say it might be better to speak with Joe independently of the meeting on that particular issue.
Yeah, Chair, I don't have a specific CPR proposal, but Jill has my number, so Jill, we can speak offline.
Okay. Questions? Councilmember Rudy Costa and Councilmember Kauai.
Yeah, I did want to address Lonnie, if I may.
You have a clarifying question for him?
Clarifying question. Lonnie, I have two questions. One, do you know of any generational families in the area that you live in Lawaio, Kalaheo, that has benefited from the CPR zoning, that they could leave their children some land?
I live in Wailua, but my answer is yes. I have met many families who have benefited personally from the CPRing. Yes.
Second question. Do you know anything about, you mentioned the sidewalks and the roads and stuff that subdivisions put in. Yes. Do you know anything about access to mountain areas that subdivisions have to put in, and when you go through a CPR, the developer can cut off the access, they don't have to give access? Do you know anything about that?
Yes. When a subdivision is approved, as part of the approval process, the county has many opportunities to create, what would you call it, requirements for them to fulfill. And so Malcolm Mackay access could be one of those. CPR, no. It's just private property, keep off.
Thank you for the clarification. I'm impressed that you know that. Thank you.
Okay, any clarifying questions? Oh, okay. Thanks, Lonnie. Councilmember Cowden.
I think my question is probably really for Mike DeHillig. It might be for Kaina, but Mike, from what I heard from Lonnie the first time, when we have that question about the state, circumventing the county subdivision rules, and that it was only Kauai that did it. Can you speak to that? Like, is it correct that it could be that there's no more CPRs?
I can just let Councilmember Cowden. So what Lonnie's referring to is that in circumventing the subdivision laws that the county of Kauai has. County of Kauai is the only county in the state of Hawaii that has a one-time limitation on agricultural subdivisions. All other counties, you can continue to chop up your agricultural lot into smaller and smaller units, as long as it's in conformance with the lot sizes prescribed in their ordinances. The county of Kauai is the only one that has, once you chop it up and at these very large sizes, for the most part, you can't re-subdivide this thing anymore. So you can continue on other islands to chop up subdivisions until it only qualifies for one dwelling unit, right? On Kauai, when you chop up your agricultural lots, for the most part, your agricultural lots are going to be chopped up in a manner that it qualifies for 3, 4, or 5 dwelling units and can no longer be further subdivided there on out. And so that's why the horizontal property regime process, in which you can lay a condominium style property ownership lines horizontally over a property, has been in play in the state of Hawaii since the 1960s. But it was only in the 1980s where realtors and developers and land use attorneys started utilizing the process to lay those horizontal ownership lines, because it comes down to ownership. These aren't land use lines, these are ownership lines, over lots of record, because you could no longer chop it up to sell it for individual ownership. So by using those lines, they did, to a certain degree, circumvent the one-time subdivision rule in play here in Kauai. But again, it's a state law, and it's a manner in which, say, if you have a 5-unit CPR, 5 owners are saying that they're going to have shared ownership of this lot of record. So it's not like it's illegal. It just in policy or in implementation of it, it does to a certain degree get landowners around the one-time subdivision rule.
So in my memory, I was in my 20s and I didn't really even understand what we did, but we did pull it off. And in that window of time, it was like, for the 80s, it was like affordable housing. We had, and then the 90s brought the hurricane, right? But in the 80s, sugar, our boating industry, and what I will discreetly call alternative agriculture, all sort of collapsed at the same time. And so it was a race for people to be able to have a home somewhere. And as all these industries collapsed, vacation rentals bought up their homes, right? Their homes were taken by not being able to continue to afford it. So it wasn't like some awful way of trying to exploit everything. It was a way to just be able to have a home, and many people who were agriculturalists, if I can say that. But so I guess you answered that, is that, people were actually farming these properties, right? And it was sometimes families buying it. But there was no knowledge of where this would run to. It really created a lot of problems. But, so you're saying that because of how we're different from these other islands, we wouldn't be, just trying to answer his question, we wouldn't be able to say, stop this now. And I'm hearing like ranchers and farmers and families that have owned their land for a long time and their adult kids want a home. Do we want to stop it, but how do we do it, or what is, so just if you can just speak just a little bit further to what I'm hearing of this challenge between what's legal and what's right. It's certainly been exploited, and certainly the fire flow circumstance where they are high-end houses at this point with inadequate fire flow is an outcome. So I don't know if you get my question, but I'm just giving you a little bit of a foundation, and if you could speak to that, because it's complicated.
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember Cowden. The fire flow question, I think from here on out should be addressed already. The fire flow issue, a lot of it stems from the fact that for a long time, the fire department was not part of the building review process for single-family dwellings. They are now, right? So I think as far as whether they choose to CPR a property or subdivide it, whenever that single-family dwelling is being proposed to construct, they got to get a building permit, and they have to go not just before the planning department, building department, water department. They also have to go to the fire department. So that should be addressed in the way that the building permit functions today. Really, the draft bill here isn't attempting to restrict density or provide more density. All it's saying is the CPR unit amount that is being proposed in the project has to adhere to the dwelling unit count that the respective property has.
Okay.
Any other questions from the members this time? If not, I'll call the meeting back to order. Any final discussion? If not, we'll take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Aye.
Councilmember Chalk?
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden?
Aye.
Councilmember DeCosta?
Aye.
Councilmember Evslin?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i?
Aye.
Council Chair Kaneshiro?
Aye.
7 ayes. The next item is proposed draft bill number 2869, a bill for an ordinance amending chapter 23, section 23.3.7, Kauai County Code 1987 as amended, relating to concessionaires at the Spouting Horn.
Move to approve on first reading, schedule for public hearing on July 6th, and refer to the Parks and Rec and Transportation Committee.
Okay.
Received no written testimony on this item. Do we have any questions? I'll suspend the rules. Pat or Wally, if you want to just give us an overview of this bill.
Hey, good morning. Pat Porter, Director of Parks and Recreation. So basically, this is just a cleanup bill. We have our Spouting Horn vendors that have been inactive since just before COVID, and since the old booths have since been redone. We tore down the old booths and rebuilt a new facility out there for the vendors during the kind of the shutdown during COVID, and so that's been completed. And in this chapter, originally it has the old diagram of the old structure. It's got some dates in there that just needed to be cleaned up, and so that's pretty much what this is about. It's a cleanup ordinance to, and once this is done, then our plan is to create administrative rules, and then we can go bid out for to fill those vendor spots out in Spouting Horn. I don't know, Wally, anything?
Councilmember Cowden?
I think this is a simple question. The COVID time is probably a good time to institute this change. How many of the previous vendors are likely to be the new vendors? Do they have any prioritization in the application process? And have they been included or outreach to in terms of getting their vision of the right design for moving forward?
Yeah, so as actually the plan to redo the vending facility was already in the works before COVID, and so our planning development team did reach out, and they were a part of the planning and design process of the new facility. It just so happened that COVID hit and it shut down, and it just so happened that during that time, just the timeline worked out that during that closure time was when it was supposed to be go under construction already. And so before that, there was time for them, and they were brought in, and meetings were held for the planning and design of the new facility.
So just confirming, I would assume Kauai Neighborhood Association and the whole South Shore Development Plan, this was all feathered in together, basically. Is that correct?
Sorry, I missed the first.
The Kauai Neighborhood Association and the South Shore Development Plan, probably all of this somewhat worked together. This is all community agreement with our general plan update, our South Shore plan, and our destination management action plan. These things line up. I would expect that. I mean, is that basically correct?
Yeah, I would say so. I think this started before the destination action plan was implemented, in the works. So this is a few years back, but yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the members? Anyone in the audience wishing to testify on this item? Lonnie?
For the record, Lonnie Sykos. For those of us who aren't familiar with that area, don't live over there, I'm interested in how many vendors are there going to be, and what is the length of the contract for the vendor, and what is the county's plan for outreach to new vendors, or does the county even want new vendors? And so those are like my three questions that I have. It's like, how many vendors used to be there? How many will be envisioned in the new facility? What will be the outreach for vendors? And Felicia asked the obvious question of whether or not the pre-existing vendors would have some type of a priority. So, thank you.
Let me take that.
Anyone
this is Wally,
anyone
Resents,
else? Hold
Deputy
on, Wally.
Director.
Wally. Anyone else in the audience wishing to testify? Anyone on Zoom wishing to testify? Okay. Call the meeting back. The rules are still suspended.
Yeah.
Wally, do you want to try and answer some of those questions?
Yeah, so basically we're moving from 9 vendor concessionaires to 8. We do intend to solicit new concessionaires through HRS 102. So that's the concession law that we would need to follow. We do believe there's going to be demand for the sites from past vendors as well as vendors, new vendors in the future. So, we need to follow that the concession contracts in our solicitation of new vendors. So there'll be advertisement through the purchasing division. Yeah.
Any other questions from the members?
What is the length, Wally, of the contract?
In the past, we've gone under 5-year terms, and I think we intend to stick to that as well. We have to go through the administrative rule process. Once we get the approval from you folks with this ordinance amendment, and in the past we've had a minimum bid of 2,500. That can be. We intend to have that revisited through the admin rule process as well.
And Wally, are the products that's going to be in those vendor areas going to be similar to what we had, or are we going to allow new businesses to surface in that area?
It'll likely be, it's up to what the concessionaires want to propose. We don't intend to restrict the offerings of the concessionaires.
So it could be like a service, or a food item, or it's going to be more of a product.
Yeah, no. Food items are not usually allowed, and it's not configured in a way to allow it. Yeah, it's all like pretty open space, and there's actually not going to be water at that facility. Electricity will be provided, but not water.
Any other questions from the members? Councilmember Evslin?
Sorry, just a quick follow-up to that. When you said food items are not allowed, that's specific for Salt Pond, or that's under the definition of a peddler? I mean, in theory, could you have a peddler in another park that's a food vendor? Oh, okay, sorry.
Any further questions from the members? If not, I'll call the meeting back to order. Any final discussion? Take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Carvalho.
Aye.
Councilmember Chop.
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden.
Aye.
Councilmember DeCosta.
Aye.
Councilmember Evslin.
Aye.
Councilmember Kuli'i.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaneshiro.
Aye.
7 ayes. Chair, the next item is proposed draft bill number 2870, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 23, Article 3, Kauai County Code 1987, as amended relating to peddlers and concessionaires.
Move to approve on first reading, scheduled for public hearing on July 6th, and refer to Parks and Rec and Transportation Committee.
Second.
Receive no written testimony on this item. I'll suspend the rules.
We have a floor amendment.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Yeah,
Mr. Amended, sir.
we have a floor amendment. We're talking right now.
Move to amend is
Move to
circulated.
amend is circulated.
Okay, Councilmember Carvalho, or if this is coming from the admin, if you want to just explain.
Well, I can give an overview, and then if Pat, you want to chime in, but overall, it's pretty simple, if you will. And I know the original bill talks about referencing a peddler's license that the Department of Parks and Recreation does not issue. So therefore, this amendment defines a peddler's permit versus a peddler's license. So peddler's permit is issued by the Department of Parks and Recreation. And so that's pretty much the gist of the overall part of this amendment for this particular bill. So if Parks and Rec wants to come on, they can. If there's any questions, but that's basically the bigger part. And if you read through the whole document, it references that.
Any questions from the members on this amendment? Not. Anyone in the audience wishing to testify on the amendment? Anyone on Zoom wishing to testify on the amendment? Any final discussion on the amendment? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carried. Back to the main motion as amended. Council Vice Chair Chalk, suspend the rules.
Thank you, sir. I just have one question for Pat and Wally. The $100 per year permit fee. I understand that's not changing, it remains the same. Can you explain, how do we get to 100?
So the 100 referenced the license that Councilmember Cavalli was just talking about.
Right.
So it was a yearly fee for a license is $100. How this all came about was that we identified that we didn't have administrative rules to, that the department by ordinance should have had administrative rules for the different activities, like food trucks and things like that in the parks. So what we started doing was starting to look at creating these administrative rules, and then once we started diving into the details of creating administrative rules, we came across this contradiction where it referenced a license, and so then we got the county attorneys involved, and then we kind of wanted to clean that up first. That became our first goal, was to clean that up. But in order for us to have like these food trucks continue to operate, we needed to keep that $100 reference in the ordinance. But our intention is to go and bid it out per the HRS that Wally talked about for the spouting horn, so that so in the ordinance it references that the 100 in the proposed ordinance it references that the $100 is there unless administrative rules are created, which we can, in the administrative rules we can do the bidding process and we can outline from there on that side. But in order for us to continue these operations, we needed to keep that 100 in there for now.
Okay, got it, thank you.
Councilmember Cowden.
Yeah, I have a question when we're emphasizing parks and recreation. And I see here it's clear that it's pretty much any county area or in our roadways. But there are many places where there are food trucks or what we might think would be a peddler, even in private properties or sometimes nonprofits. And so when somebody is going to be having a food truck, say on a nonprofit property or a private property, do they still need to get a peddler's permit, or is that something completely separate? The peddler's permit is only for county property.
Mm-hmm. So this section of the code is specifically for parks properties. Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions from the members on the bill as amended? Not anyone in the audience wishing to testify? Lonnie?
For the record, Lonnie Sykos. As an entrepreneur, I'm very interested in learning when will the rules be available to us. I realize they said that they're, I guess, in the process of writing administrative rules. I want to see them because that's the meat and the potatoes of this thing. What do the rules say? And as I said earlier, the county has an opportunity to improve the personal economy of the residents by making it easier to make money off of our primary industry, which is tourism. So anything the county does to make it easier for a private citizen to make money off of tourism, for the most part, I'm for it. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to testify? Anyone on Zoom? If not, any further questions from the members? Councilmember Cowden?
I would ask about when the rules are, and I might disagree with our person in the audience. When I think about going to Bali, I can't even get out of my car without somebody trying to paint my nails and braid my hair. So or sell me some earrings, you know, it's intimidating. So I think that there is some value in a certain amount of limitation, but that is the gradient between being against the law and being an overwhelming peddler. And right now, having been in the water sports industry in the past, you can't just go rent gear down there on the beach, right? You can't rent snorkel gear and surfboards. When we're looking at peddlers, would that be a type of peddling permit that somebody could ask for right on the beach? It has been such that the community has been really opposed to having a high commercial beachfront. So, yeah, I know that, will it be available by the time we get to committee? Or actually, we're beyond that, right? Sorry.
This is on first reading.
Okay, we're first reading. Okay. So, yeah, what about the rules?
So the rules, we're in the process of drafting up the rules right now, and they will need to go through small business review, and then after small business review, then we have to go public hearing. Yeah, so there'll be a lot of chances for input moving forward as the rules get developed. Yeah.
But, so we approve this before we see the rules, is that correct? That this would go through our process before we see the rules?
Yeah, so the rules will reference to this ordinance, yeah. As approved.
Is what we do. Okay.
Any other questions from the members? Call the meeting back to order. Any final discussion from the members? Councilmember Evslin?
Yeah, I appreciate Parks' work here. I think this is certainly needed. I know we've had a couple of discussions in the past during COVID about trying to, one, encourage entrepreneurship possibly, and also, you know, at a time when we needed more outdoor eating, and we're trying to encourage better usage of underutilized parks. You know, if you look around Lihue, we've spent a lot of time and effort trying to get, say, Kalena Park to be better utilized, to try and discourage bad behavior, right? We got an empty neighborhood park, and then bad behavior moves into those parks. You get good activities happening in those parks, pushes the bad behavior out. So for good reason, we've invested a lot in that park. And, you know, in conversations around how could we maybe have some food trucks in the park, we always kind of hit a dead end because we have no process to really allow that to occur. So I appreciate Parks fixing that. And just if you look around the Hui, right, we're trying to encourage better usage of Kalena Park through things like food trucks possibly, which is hard to do. And then you look at like vacant parking lots all around the Hui, which have food trucks in them, which are just full of people. You know, like we got the answer. The food trucks can really help with that activity. But certainly, to Councilmember Cowden's point, right, that's not for every park. I think there's a big line between having a process that allows it and Baldy. But I want to be clear that I think a lot of our beach parks probably are not suitable for this type of commercial activity because they're already well utilized and packed with people, and we don't necessarily want to create another draw. But our underutilized community parks, I think that there should potentially be a process to allow this. So I appreciate the pathway forward here.
Councilmember Cowden?
I have a follow-up on that. So thank you for your distinction. So our crowded parks that have already this high volume, which might draw the merchants there, to paint someone's nails, I'm being playful, but so would we, in these rules, or as you're developing them, we would be able to determine which parks would be applicable to having this? Because there are little neighborhood parks, there's little triangles of green space inside residential communities where they probably don't want a daily ice cream truck or something. I'm not picking on the ice cream truck, but they might not want that. So that when we look at the concession and the peddling elements, there will be future opportunity. It will be in there that the county council can help to approve which parks have these concessionaire rules applied? Is that part of the process?
Yeah, exactly. So those sites will be identified throughout the administrative rules process. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Councilmember Everson?
Sorry, if I could just add a little bit. I think that's a good point, Councilor Cowden. A lot of our neighborhood parks probably are not suitable also for this type of activity. I think Kalena Park's a unique example. It's more of an urban park in the center of Lihue. Not a whole lot of houses around it. I think there's a clear need for something like this in a park like that. How many of these parks we have, you know, I can't say, and I think your folks' process will identify those.
Any other questions from the members? If not, call the meeting back to order. Any final discussion from the members? Take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Aye.
Councilmember Chop?
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden?
Aye.
Councilmember DeCosta?
Aye.
Councilmember Evslin?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i?
Aye.
Council Chair Kanashiro?
Aye.
7 ayes. The next bill is a bill for second reading, Bill Number 2851, Draft 1, a bill for an ordinance relating to the operating budget and financing thereof for the fiscal year July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023.
Move to approve.
Second.
Received no written testimony on this item. Do we have any questions from the members? I know this is the time we can take our 10 minutes if you want to talk about the budget, and then we'll just pass the CIP as normal and, you know, take the 10 minutes here to talk about the budget if anybody wishes they want to. Anyone in the audience wishing to testify on this item?
Which item?
We are on bill number 2851, operating budget. Okay. Anyone on Zoom wishing to testify? If there's no questions, any final discussion from the members? Councilmember Evslin?
Yeah, I don't have 10 minutes here. But I was really just hoping we could all argue about TBR tax rates again. Just kidding. No, there's so much good stuff in this budget, right? That we spent 4 weeks going in depth line by line here, and I think the fact that our, you know, day-long decision making was relatively constrained to something like TBR tax rates and not on all these other issues is a testament to the budget process and the administration here, right? I think they came to us with a good budget focusing on repair and maintenance, using that extra revenue to get caught up on all these projects we've been laying by the wayside for a long time. So they, you know, have utilized our input throughout the process. I think they'll probably refine the budget to make it better and better. And so that when we finally get to decision making, you know, there's not a whole lot for us to change in the budget. So testament to the process. I want to thank the administration for all of their work, for all of their engagement with us throughout the process. You know, highlighting things like the inclusive playground, I think is going to be great. The Lidgate current one is just an amazing place for the community. And a huge shout out to our staff here, which just does tremendous work throughout, answering our questions, you know, really quickly turning that supplemental budget over to us, highlighting the differences. Obviously we couldn't do our jobs here without staff, so thank you to staff. And thank you guys for the discussion we've had throughout this process. And thank you to our chair for his last budget he's going to be running here. He ran an incredibly efficient budget process. I think he set the high standard for us in the future going forward. In you know, as maybe one of us takes this process over here and how to run the process. So I really appreciate your leadership here for the last few months.
Councilmember Cowden?
Okay, I also want to thank the admin for what they're doing. And just like when we're talking about the housing issue, what I keep pushing for is these community ag villages. And in defense of the admin, the community, the larger community with houses doesn't want that. I mean, I hear that stridently with angry voices at me. I will own that I had a very unstable childhood, so I highly identify with these kids in the parks and in the cars and people with medical issues. I will throw out, so when next year, when we're doing this, I want a medical transitional housing because there are people with deep medical issues that are on the sides of the road, and physical issues like cancer and things. But, so when I don't get what I want, I get that the admin is reflecting what the larger community doesn't want. When we put money back into our reserve fund, I think that's important. Councilmember Kauai, Kuali'i, and I just came back from the Rural Action Caucus at the National Association of Counties. Peace will do a bigger report on that later, but across the nation, rural counties everywhere are having desperately the same problems, and that's that race to rural, a mad rush for the housing from urban people who can pay metropolitan prices that have an external income. We are not unique. Missouri, Mississippi, North Carolina, you know, all kinds of places, Alaska, Texas, Arizona, they're having the same problem with this displacement of the housing. So when we are looking at our budget and we have some room and we really didn't give too hard a pushback, I anticipate that we are going to have increasing inflation, that this is not transitory at all. It's additional monies into the money supply, which is very different than 2008. These purchases of the houses, they are financial instruments. They aren't bought on credit. A lot of them are being bought on cash to park money. This problem is so huge, it's not lack of will from our government, is we're arguing with gravity. We need to absolutely do whatever we can to address it. But when we are looking, what I anticipate might absorb some of the extra money is we have more of our bargaining units and payroll. And everybody in our team, they're having to pay higher prices for a can of soup, for a gallon of gas, whatever it is. So I anticipate that where there might be some squeeze room on this budget of 361 million, I believe is what we're at total. Got to add it together. Right about that. I'm okay with what the county came up with because we know we're going to have adjustments. I think I have that too high, 300 and maybe 11 million. 310 million. So, yeah, I'm going to support it, and I know it wasn't easy, and then in clawing back 4.5 million in the future, something like that, I just see, I couldn't really do it easily right here. So that was part of my no vote on that one piece too. So I thank you all for your different perspectives, and I thank the county admin for their efforts, each department.
Councilmember DeCosta?
Yeah, I would like to just say thank the mayor's administration for being fiscally conservative in a time that was very much needed, and we've all had our conversations with them, and we've all had our conversations with our different departments, and we knew where we wanted to go. And you know, when looking at a budget like this, our chair, he has a little bit of an easier time than probably the normal of us here because he's an accounting background, and it's important. It's not that easy to grab a $310 million budget and tear it up, and where I'm going to cut this and where I want to add this, and it's very confusing. And that's why we don't dive that deep into it. We usually take it for what they present us. And I just want to say that I'm very fiscally conservative, and I always look, you know, years down the road, not just 1 year, but where we're going to be and where we want to be. And there's a lot of things we want to improve in accounting. One was that we touched upon was wages and having salaries that are compensatable to what they get paid in the mainland, and how do we retain our people here, and raises with our employees in the county, and how do we pay for all that? We pay it out of our budget. You know? So there's a lot of things we got to look at when we talk about having surplus money. You know, affordable housing is just one element. There's a lot of other things you gotta look at. But one important one I wanted to touch up, and I think our former mayor and I had this conversation a few times, was retaining our own people here, retaining our, let's say, our keiki that are growing up through high school and college and come back and having those jobs that pay well so they can live a good life here, and having them empowered in positions of leadership. I think too many times we bring leadership in and then they leave. I think we're having one of our biggest leaders leave here. If you guys didn't hear about that, but we have one of our leaders are leaving. I'm gonna say it, I think I can say it, can I? Sure. The fire department, he's leaving. So I think it's important that we raise our keiki to empower them to be leaders, to run Kauai and get paid a good salary to live here. And it's our job to be fiscally responsible and make those things happen. And I think, everybody thinks that it's easy to get elected and be a council member, but when you look at a $310 million budget and sit down and crunch numbers and come up with a budget that's fiscally conservative, I think it's a lot to chew on. So that's where I stand. Thank you.
Councilmember Carvalho?
I just want to echo what's been said. I mean, I truly understand and appreciate this side of the street, if you will, on the council floor, and appreciate my fellow council members. The staff is awesome, as well as working closely and having relationships with the administration. It's not all easy. We don't always agree, obviously, but it's about the people that we serve, and I think that's a big part. And at least we can agree to disagree sometimes, but the process and the $310 million budget that we went through, and just understanding the total process is, for me, has been awesome, and look forward to more discussions and making things happen, and the relationships that are so important, and of course the people. So again, knowing the process on the administrative side and tying that in with the council side has been very enlightening, and look forward to more opportunities. Wow.
Councilmember Koli.
Yeah, so I too will just throw in my gratitude and say big mahalo nui loa to everyone. I think the process this year was quite smooth, as it has been in the past. And you just don't see all the work that goes on behind the scenes. And so especially to the administration's budget team and all the directors who come before us with their presentations, and then to our own council services staff who make sure we have what we need to do our deliberations and our most important job of the year. I'll just highlight that to recognize and appreciate the assistance that we've gotten from our state and federal partners that could help, bring monies to our constituents directly, and our residents, our businesses, and then also to help some of our programs. With COVID and everything over the last couple of years, this additional support has been critical. I think we've got through things relatively smoothly as a county government for the last couple of years because of that kind of assistance. I'm excited that we were able to put monies into our Lihue and Wailua wastewater treatment plants and upgrading, long overdue, right? I mean, critical infrastructure for our people. You mentioned the inclusive playground. The only other thing I would say is that, for solid waste, the challenge remains, as far as probably at the top of the list going forward, and siting of the new landfill, and updating these studies on curbside recycling and the MRF, the materials recovery facility. So, we look forward to continuing to work on that, and I know it may not be just with the next budget cycle, but potentially money goes throughout the year. So, budget is, the big job happens now, but it continues throughout the year. And just thank you, everyone, and thank you, Chair.
Council Vice Chair Chop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to highlight you know, how pleased I am with the process that we have, and thanks to your leadership, and you know, I think the diligence of our staff, and how well they follow up and help us follow up on the questions that do arise, so that we can get our questions answered. You know, I'm ultimately excited about the position that we're in. I think this year, so, you know, what Councilmember Cooley had mentioned is, you know, with the 50 million CIP budget that I think we haven't seen in many years, probably the largest in a long time. It gives us the opportunity, I think, the place for us to leverage additional funds, and with so much of infrastructure funds and opportunities they're in. You know, my hope is that we can leverage them in the way that we don't leave any money on the table on the federal level and the state level moving forward. And that would require us to really look towards, you know, enlisting and being ready for grant writers. And to that end, you know, I think it's clear that the county doesn't want to expand its services here. But I think that we have a strong community who knows how to rally and you know, be that third party in order to ramp up and bring in the funds that we can for this island. That's what I'm looking for, and that's what I'm excited about. It is a structurally balanced budget, and you know, I don't think we can ask for more out of that from our administration. As a team, I know that they go in every year, and you know, they have specific requests and interest that they work with each department to come up with a direction and something that they can agree on. The council sort of serves as the lightning rod, right? And that checks and balances, and to that end, we have you know, a duty, I feel like, to look at how it is, what those priorities are from a leadership and visionary standpoint, and to make decisions that can help support those, whatever they may be. And so what I would say is, you know, we have liabilities, many of them unfunded from this county that we are responsible for. So from that standpoint of having a conservative approach to it, I completely agree. But let me put that into perspective, right? When I started back in 2013, the operating budget was at 160 million. Okay, that's less than 9 years ago. We're at 260 million. And so for every year that I've been here, there has been an increase. An increase, as much as we'd like to say that we can be conservative, those unfunded liabilities continue to affect us, right? Because as you can see by our process, we have made no cuts, no additions in this. I'm not criticizing our work. I'm saying it's difficult, and in years past, it's been difficult to find those cuts, even when we really try. And so I think that what we're looking at is really needing to look at the system as a whole, right? And because of it, because we're still moving the needle forward, we need to look at the priorities, because they will never go away, and we will never be able to fund them if we don't take a look at them now. And I'll just leave with that. You know, that's what the job is of this council. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Collins?
Thank you, Vice Chair Chalk, for really hitting the nail on the head, being able to define our priorities and looking at the system as a whole. Very important. And I had a couple things I realized I wanted to add. First of all, I want to just acknowledge the value of our staff, how important it is. Each piece that they put in there to help us be looking at it, huge. And as I'm looking at our summary, even in here, seeing a piece that was important to me is the turbulence of the world. You know, we have these wars going on in Eastern Europe. There's threats of other ones going. We're always seemingly at war, but everything is escalating. And when we have yet to look at our retirement, our ERS, our monies for retirement, like we've seen the stock market be dropping really hard right now as people are retiring while the monies are down. We have so much that we have to adapt to. So we can't be too tight when we have not cut back on what is there. And then in alignment with what Vice Chair Chalk spoke, and I know Council Member Kauai and I have both made quite a lot of notes on, is as we were just at this National Association of Counties meeting, they gave us the notice of funding opportunities for billions more dollars coming out to be helping the rural communities. We saw our state has set aside $1 billion for housing. So we're looking at monies and then also knowing that that will again influence our inflationary pressures that ripple throughout everything, both for our citizens and our county government. So appreciate the work done and the flexibility that's left.
Councilmember Kauai?
Yeah, I have one last thing that probably the most important thing about the budget process in our county is that I think our truest and best success in this budget, as we've done with other budgets in the past, is to fully fund our employees across the county. You know, yes, it's a structurally balanced budget, but what's critically important to me is no furloughs, no layoffs, and honoring our negotiated and/or arbitrated collective bargaining agreements. Clearly, as a county, we couldn't do what we do for the constituents if it wasn't for our staff, our workers, our employees throughout the county. So, to me, that's the number one sign of a successful budget, if we can fully fund our employees so we can fully fund their services. Thank you.
Anyone else? I thought we were going to talk about TDRs again. Nah, I'm joking. You know, so the budget, 260 million in our operating budget, 51 million in our CIP. We had an increase of $49 million in revenue. And I just want to make it clear that the admin and the council were extremely cognizant of not growing government. You know, we're very cognizant of not adding perpetual costs. You know, we could have said we have all this money, let's add a whole ton of positions because we have this money. That's perpetual cost that's going to be on forever. What the admin and the council have kind of structured it as, we have this increase, we put a lot of it to CIP. $22 million in new projects in CIP. Those are a lot of deferred maintenance type costs. Those are IT infrastructure that needs to be updated. Those are sewer improvements. Those are park and playground improvements. Those are tangible, one-time costs that the county put that extra revenue into, which I believe is the right thing to do for us. We're extremely cognizant of not to just grow government with that increase in revenue. We did add a few positions. It was very critical. It was justified. You know, some of the positions were to add a beautification crew around this whole Lihui area. What this area was doing was, you know, we've added more time to cleaning up the area. It's taken away resources from east and west beautification from being able to concentrate on their area. Critical for us to recognize that type of need. Another thing we always heard, you know, the skate park. You know, there was a lot of people out there graffitiing, doing drugs and things. They wanted more attraction there. They wanted someone there. We added a position, the mayor added a position to have one more ranger there to put additional eyes. It's listening to the community and, you know, weighing the needs of it. And, you know, for me, I think the admin did a very good job on, you know, not using all of this extra revenue and growing government. You know, I do know for a fact, you know, when it comes to cutting, I think when I first started, we had fun, you know, trying to cut the budget. But I can tell you, before the budget gets to us, the mayor guys already set a precedent. I believe this year they said nobody's budget can grow more than 5%. And if they brought in a budget more than 5%, I believe they cut a whole bunch on their end. So when the budget actually comes to us as a submittal, there's not a lot of fat to the budget when it comes to us. And so that's why you don't see us being able to cut a whole bunch of stuff, or, you know, maybe items in the past that we wanted to cut. You see they've trimmed it this year, you know, so it's like, well, I can't try and cut that. So, you know, there's been a growing process. That's why the budget process is the way it is, why it's been, I guess, streamlined, you know, in their presentations to us. The admin kind of knows what we're looking for already. They're justifying increases or decreases in their budget. They're answering a lot of our questions on the front end. So there isn't a lot of, you know, hey, what about this? What about that? I think that has really streamlined the process. And so, you know, again, you know, I think we all should pat ourselves on the back for not going crazy with that increase and, you know, really concentrating on, you know, these CIP projects. I do want to really thank the admin, the mayor, his team, all of the department heads for, you know, all of their hard work that goes into the budget. Obviously, they've got a big wish list of things they want to do, and obviously they're being cognizant of their budget and, you know, putting what's pressing for them, trying to justify it and get that in the budget, knowing that they have a whole other list of items that they would love to put in the budget, but we don't have money for at this time, or it's not as pressing as some other priorities. And I just really appreciate, you know, them bringing a budget that we've combed through line by line, and each line item is justified. You know, I want to thank council for all of their hard work. It's 3 weeks of budget. We pretty much go line by line through every item. I think we've had great conversation on the floor, you know, regarding policy, you know, regarding maybe increases or where we wanted to put more money. I think it was all good conversation, you know, and I think the public gets the benefit of hearing, you know, the process, hearing the thought that goes into it, and also hearing some of the background on why, you know, we felt like we needed to do this proposal, or why maybe the proposal didn't pass. I think that was all great information for everyone to hear. And, you know, lastly, you know, thank the council, and lastly, I just want to thank the staff, because there's no possible way we could get through the budget the way we did if staff didn't work so hard for us. And, you know, every year they've just been stellar. Just everyone on council staff, I mean, has been awesome, and just want to say a big thank you to you guys. So that's all I have to say. Anyone else? Any last final comments?
I
Councilmember
didn't
DiCosta.
get a chance to thank the staff, but maybe another luncheon for them again by the council members, cook for them like how we did. We'll do something nice. I'm amazed. I always thought I was very charismatic and smart, but with working with a staff like these, Jade, Scott, Christian, Darren, Allison, all the girls, Ida, I mean, I'm actually brilliant with these staff, and I'm pretty sure you other 6 are brilliant too, so they really make us look extra good. I don't know how we cannot get re-elected with the staff like this, but anyway, so I say thank you guys, thank you so much.
All right, Janelle and Eddie too.
With that, take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Carvalho.
Aye.
Councilmember Chop.
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden.
Aye.
Councilmember DiCosta.
Aye.
Councilmember Ebslin.
Aye.
Councilmember Kuli'i.
Aye.
Council Chair Kanashiro.
Aye.
7 ayes. The next item is on page 6, Bill number 2852, Draft 1, a bill for an ordinance relating to the capital improvements and financing thereof for the fiscal year July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023.
Move to approve. Second.
Anyone in the audience wishing to testify on this? Anyone on Zoom wishing to testify? We received no written testimony on this item. Any questions or discussion from the members? If not, we'll take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Carvalho.
Aye.
Councilmember Chop.
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden.
Aye.
Councilmember DiCosta.
Aye.
Councilmember Ebslin.
Aye.
Councilmember Kuli'i.
Aye.
Council Chair Kanashiro.
Aye.
7 ayes.
That concludes the business on our agenda. Not seeing or hearing any objections, this meeting is now adjourned. And I think we should go move into our council meeting, or into our committee meeting also right after this, and see if we can finish up. So that concludes our council meeting.
I would like to call to order the Public Works and Veteran Services Committee meeting. Let the record reflect that all members are present. The only item on the agenda is the minutes of the May 4, 2022 Public Works and Veteran Service Committee meeting. Could I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second?
Second.
Second.
Let the record reflect that we've received no written testimony. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to testify? Anyone in Zoom?
Not yet, just the minutes.
If not, members, any discussion? If not, all those in favor of approval signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. Not seeing or hearing any objections, the Public Works and Veteran Service Committee is now adjourned.
Call to order the planning committee. Clerk, can you please read bill number 2854 for the record?
Bill number 2854, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 8, Kauai County Code 1987, as amended relating to all hazard statewide outdoor warning siren systems.
Move to approve. Second.
Thank you. At this time, I'll suspend the rules. Kaina, I see that you're on. Do you want to give us an update on this committee bill, and so we can address any concerns or questions?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Chalk, members of the council, Kaina again on behalf of the planning department. This is really a bill kind of trying to facilitate the placement of HIEMA or Hawaii Emergency Management Agency warning siren systems. I think you're all familiar and used to hearing them tested in the beginning of the month and used during emergency situations. Much of this bill is pointed at the fact that we have a very restrictive shoreline setback ordinance that has a fair amount of processes that could require 2 to 3 years of permit processing just to get one of these structures set up if it's near the shoreline. I think that, that they're not going to really be utilizing these structures for, habitable purposes or even recreation purposes. It is an emergency service that sometimes need to be located in areas otherwise that our zoning code otherwise regulates the placement of structures out of. So in recognizing that, we'd like to facilitate these systems be placed in areas without somewhat onerous regulatory requirements placed on a siren warning system. We're looking at it just as exempting them from the zoning code insofar as they do not breach the height limit of a respective zoning district beyond 20 feet, which essentially limits it between 55 and 70 feet in height, which in our discussions with HIEMA, they don't have any existing poles that height, nor do they plan on.
Thank you.
And that's it in a nutshell, council members.
Thank you for the summary. We have some questions from the community member, from members here.
I have two very simple questions. Well, one I think is simple. The siren near the Hanalei Dolphin along the river, that one hasn't worked for some time. Will this help replace that?
The HIEMA is allowed to repair those really without much oversight. But if they wanted to tear it down and reconstruct a different one, this would help facilitate that a bit easier.
Okay, and then this other one, I'm just wanting to call attention to because I've had a constituent ask. When it talks about factory-built housing and campgrounds, just for clarity, we are putting in a hyphen as opposed to a space, and we in factory-built and campgrounds, we are simply removing a space. So this is truly a housekeeping item. It's not affecting campgrounds or factory-built housing. It is simply changing how that double word is structured, either hyphenated or removing a space. So while this is about sirens, it's not really about campgrounds or factory-built houses. Is that correct?
Correct, council member. I think your staff had caught, council service staff had caught that in the existing ordinance, the grammatical structuring of certain phrases of this section were inaccurate, and factory built should have a hyphen and campgrounds should be one. So it's entirely housekeeping and not substantive in nature. When referring to the factory built and the campground.
Yeah, on page 2. So there, while that looks like those things are included in this, it's simply a grammatical correction.
Correct.
Any further questions for Kaina on this bill? No? Okay. Hearing none, I will call the meeting back to order. Final discussion on the bill as it moves out of committee.
Committee Chair Chalk, we have one registered speaker, Lonnie Cycles.
Oh, thank you. Sorry about that. The rule suspended. Thanks, Lonnie. Come on up.
For the record, Lonnie Psychos. I have a problem with this bill from the perspective of due process. If I understand correctly, a bill is only supposed to address a single issue. When I was president of Maui Flower Growers Association, operating under Robert's Rules of Order, this bill is a bill that violates the rule that separates different subjects. And so the second part of this bill that has to do with factory-built housing and trailer homes et al. Should be a separate bill, should it not? And so I'll be asking the council chair, I'll ask the county attorney, I'll ask Scott, I'll ask whoever it is that has authority, whether or not it violates your rules, council, to have two completely unrelated subjects in a single bill. Okay. And I've read it, there is no reference to factory-built housing, trailer homes, parks et al. In the hazard warning siren system portion of the bill. That from section A to F, it's all warning system, and after item F, there is no mention of the warning system whatsoever, and it's all factory-built housing. So I'm objecting on the grounds that this is procedurally and process wrong.
Thank you. Anyone, are you all done, or are you gonna need more time? Okay,
I have
great.
a clarifying
Hold on.
question.
Oh, you have a clarifying question?
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, hold on, Alana, we got a question.
So in my clarifying question, so I understand that you're saying what the trailer parks or factory-built houses have anything to do with a hazard warning system. I'm hearing that. When I'm looking at it, it's actually not changing what has already existed other than just this, the grammar in it. So it's a separate issue that G, maybe that it's in the same section. I mean, is it, okay, so it doesn't have anything substantive in it. So when it's just changing the hyphen in the space where it's written wrong, is it still problematic to you?
I have a problem with, there are two unrelated issues in the piece of legislation, which is a base violation of due process. Right? You can't, I mean, this has been in civil beat for years, this battle going on in the legislature about gut and replace and all of these items about what is procedurally correct, and I'm simply asking the question if it is procedurally correct to have unrelated subjects in the same bill. I have no problem doing this through two bills. I have a question with how it was it ended up with the two unrelated things in the same bill. And it could be that...
We got your answer. Thank you. Do you have any other clarifying questions? Thanks, Lonnie. I'll call the meeting, oh wait, do we have anyone online for testimony? Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. I see Matt Bracken on the call. So what I'll do is I'll ask that he help to give us a little clarity on the concern that has been brought up through testimony regarding the, you know, the fact that it might have several conflicting measures in this one bill.
Bracken County Attorney. So specifically the charter section 4.02B, right, states that every ordinance shall embrace but one subject. So that's basically what testifier is referring to. So when you look at the bill, it does relate to all hazard statewide outdoor warning siren systems. The subject of the bill has to do with that. I personally don't have any problems with the amendment to the language. We are talking about the same section of a bill, right? So overall purpose is the outdoor warning siren system. Everything that's being amended is in the application of the regulation, and we really are just talking about grammatical changes. So from a legal perspective, I don't have any concerns with these changes. It does embrace just one purpose, and the purpose is in the title, but it's also all in one section of the county code.
Thank you. We have a follow-up question, Councilmember Collins.
Yeah, he does raise an interesting point. Why is G part of this warning siren system? Is it because that maybe the trailer homes or a little dwelling might be at the base of the siren? Is that why it's there?
Probably best answered by Kaina. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Collin. No, this is that's not factory. I think to the testifier's point, factory-built homes and campgrounds have nothing to do with the sirens per se. This section is the general application of zoning regulations for the entire zoning ordinance. And so as we drafted it, it just was section E that we're amending. I believe, if I'm wrong, but I believe once it got to council services had caught that there were some grammatical errors existing within this section and asked if I had any objections about including them, which I don't. I mean, if there are concerns about, I think Matt saying that it's good legally from a due process standpoint, I think there's concerns from policymaker council members that we have that in there. I have no problem removing those edits. I'll interpret campgrounds with or without the space and factory-built homes with or without the hyphen. And I'll be honest, among the priorities of spinning up additional bills, I probably won't send you a hyphen bill.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Any further questions on this concern?
Councilmember Cowden? I see that D is significantly different than the hazard warning system, right? 50 acres, that doesn't have anything to do with that, right?
It's not being amended, though.
No, it's not being amended. I'm just was trying to understand, because what I'm hearing your answer say is that this it's only the bill for the ordinance that's up in the very big heading is what's being changed. Everything in section 2 and then section 8 has a number of different items. So our staff simply caught a problem that was in there and just added it in. If they saw something somewhere else, it might have also been added in, but that obviously section 8-1.4 is not simply about warning sirens. It's just that this bill is. So that's it's just a grammatical mistake.
That's correct. Do you have any further questions?
No.
Any other questions, members? I'll call the meeting. Thank you. I'll call the meeting back to order. We're on a final discussion here. Anyone like to speak? Council Chair?
Yeah, I'm not on the committee, but I mean, I just want to say, I mean, all they're doing is copying the entire section, which is application of regulations. It's nothing to do specifically with emergency sirens or anything like that. So they copied the whole section of application of regulations, which the emergency management sirens were a part of. And in the process of copying that section, they realized that they needed to change some grammatical stuff in that section, which is appropriate time to do it. I don't want to see another bill come through where they're putting a hyphen in between factory bill or getting rid of a comma. I think that's the appropriate time to do it. It's nothing to do with a separate issues. That is the whole section of application of regulations. It's not two separate issues. It's the section of application of regulations.
I have,
Councilmember Cowden?
yeah, I just want to say, I think it is really important that when we do need a siren, that we're able to put it up quickly, because as things change, rivers move, different parts of things erode, new buildings are built. If we need a siren in a certain area, we really don't want to wait for 3 years to go through the permit process. So I support the substance of it, and while I appreciate that the constituents are being vigilant that we are good to our process, I have no problem with the hyphen.
I see our managing director. Mike, did you want to speak? I see you, so I just want to honor. And
yeah, I did want to raise something just simply because, you know, I may slightly disagree with the comments from both, you know, the planning director and the county attorney, but, you know, for clarity's sake, as to not have this be challenged down the line, notwithstanding what is in the actual portion of the statute that actually needs to be, the ordinance that actually needs to be changed into law, which is, you know, the subject of all hazard state warning sirens. I would, you know, not want to have a cloud over the process being challenged on the overall bill, simply because of sections G and H. And so, you know, the concern I guess I would have is just that, you know, this concern that's been raised by the public may spiral into a challenge of the overall subject of the bill, that then negates the actual force and effect of that provision that needs to be put into law. So I would, you know, I know that a hearing has already been held on the bill, and that the hearing on the measure was with that specific title. And while there may be some, you know, some question and CYA from the county attorney on this, I would, you know, suggest that it'd be probably best to have this be as clean as possible, and would, you know, either suggest to the council that we would make a written request for a removal of those hyphenated sections, or ask for a rehearing with an amended title to the bill, just so that this doesn't become an issue down the line. I mean, I appreciate the council's concern in being able to deliberate on whether this, you know, is de minimis or doesn't have any effect, but I just, you know, as to negate any potential challenge down the line, you know, it would probably be better just to play it clean on it. That would be just kind of my suggestion.
Well, I'm sorry I called you back. But, you know, now that you have spoken, I think we have to speak about it more. And yes, Matt, can you come back on? Look, I mean, we're talking about a hyphen here. This is non, you know, substance. I just want to get more clear here, and I take, you know, the words of our managing director seriously. If the committee would like to, you know, move this in a different direction, I'm fine with that. I can tell you how I feel. I mean, if this is legal, and we're not messing with due process, I mean, this certainly isn't a gut every place, and it's non-substantial. I mean, I've heard that you say you're comfortable with it, but can you please review it from any other angle here that would suggest that we are in jeopardy here if challenged? And then the committee can decide if they want to move in a different direction.
So, I mean, the purpose of the part of section that I referred to, which is 4.02B, right? The purpose is, you know, to not deceive the public. You know, the title of the bill is supposed to reflect what the bill is, so the public is aware of what is in there. There has been some recent decisions from the Supreme Court on the subject, in that these were state laws and things were hidden within state laws that they've been invalidated. The way I view this ordinance, and applicable to this specific bill, right? Section 3, we put this in all the bills, but if any provision of the ordinance is found to be invalid, right, that's really what's going to be stricken. And the courts will look at it the same way, right? So we are talking about grammatical changes that are embedded into this change in this section. So we're talking about grammatical changes. So if a court was to review this and someone challenged it based on that, let's say I'm going to challenge this bill because of these grammatical issues. What would the court invalidate? It would be the grammatical changes. It wouldn't be the overarching bill. There really are no problems with the bill itself. So I mean, from a litigation perspective, am I concerned about the hyphens that were inserted and the campgrounds, the removal of this space? I'm not. Not really concerned at all. If a court was going to look at it, they would strike that provision. They wouldn't strike everything else. And even then, I don't think we would ever get to that stage at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councilmember Cowden, do you have one?
A question for you.
Sure.
You know, like if it makes it easier, I'm happy to do a movement to amend and just take that out. I don't know, like I'm thinking about the person who's typing at the bottom of the page. They need a break.
Well, here's how I feel if you're asking me. I mean, we need to be able to improve our laws, right? And it's through these amendments that we have a chance to take a look at it as a body. I see nothing wrong with something grammatical and moving forward, nor do I see it as a liability, unless I'm hearing from Lonnie that he's wanting to challenge this further. I mean, I just don't see it as necessary. But, I will go with the committee if that's what they want to do. So that's my answer. If there's no other questions, though, I will call the meeting back to order, and we can deliberate on what your decision is. So I think we have some committee members here. If you have, yeah, go ahead.
I hope we can vote on it as is right now. I mean, seems like we do this all the time. Very minor grammatical changes are a function of the process here. We heard clearly from our county attorney. It doesn't put the core component of the bill at risk. I hope we can just vote and move on.
Any other discussion? Yeah.
I'm okay with it right now, as I don't see any major issues, and so forth.
Okay. Final discussion on this bill. Okay, if not, can we have a roll call on it?
Council members Carvalho.
Aye.
DeCosta.
Aye.
Evslin.
Aye.
Kuali'i.
Aye.
Committee Chair Chop.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Five ayes, thank you. Motion passes. Next bill, please.
Bill number 2855, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 8, Kauai County Code 1987 as amended, relating to warehouses in the Commercial General Zoning District.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. I will suspend the rules again. Kaina, did you want to address anything that has occurred since first reading?
Yeah, thank you again, Committee Chair Chalk, members of Council, Kaina Hall on behalf of the Planning Department. The draft bill you have on this one is for the most part a housekeeping bill, but policy is involved. So we did in fact feel that a separate individual bill was required for this. So in the table of uses for the general commercial zoning district, you have warehouses listed as outright permissible, as well as warehouses listed in the same district as requiring a use permit. And while we thought that was a grammatical error that might have happened the last time we did the CZO update, we found that it was not a grammatical error, and in fact, it was in the code since 1972 when the zoning ordinance was adopted in both of the sections. And so this is actually a policy question as to whether or not it should be outright permissible in the commercial district or whether or not it requires a use permit. And so reviewing it, being that the two conflict, it was our assessment, determination, and ultimately the Planning Commission that warehouses should be ultimately outright permissible as a commercial operation in the general commercial zoning district. So we're proposing to remove warehouses as requiring a use permit in the general commercial zoning district. And I promise there's no hyphens involved.
Members, any questions? No questions? All right. Well, hearing none, I'll call the meeting back to order. Final discussion on this item? Councilmember Connie?
I had talked to planning. It seems like a very clear thing, and for me, warehouses belong in commercial districts. If they can't go there without a public process and a permit, you know, if they have to go through a public process, where would a warehouse belong? Industrial too, but it seems like it's appropriate.
Thank you. Listen, I didn't call for public testimony again, and so, Lonnie, you know, it's like, we got a new member here. Would you like to testify, sir?
No, thank you.
All right. Do we have anyone online? Okay, we may continue with our final discussion. Anything else, members? All right, if hearing none, I'll go with a roll call on Bill 2855.
Councilmembers Carvalho.
Aye.
De Costa.
Aye.
Evsland.
Aye.
Puli'i.
Aye.
Committee Chair Chalk.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Advice, motion passes. This concludes the business of the planning committee. Yeah, hearing no more business and no objections, the committee is now adjourned.
I'd like to call to order the Finance and Economic Development Committee meeting. Let the record reflect that all members are present. The only item on our agenda is the minutes of the May 4th, 2022 Finance and Economic Development Committee meeting.
Move to approve.
Second.
Anyone in the audience or on Zoom wishing to testify? Seeing none. Members, any final discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion is carried. Seeing no further business and hearing no objections, the Finance and Economic Development Committee meeting is now adjourned.
I'd like to call to order Committee of the Whole. Let the record reflect that all members are present. The first item on our agenda is the minutes of the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget deliberation and preliminary decision-making session. Could I get a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Anyone in the audience wishing to testify? Anyone on Zoom? We received no written testimony. Any questions or final discussion from the members? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. Last item on our agenda is the minutes of the May 25th, 2022 Committee of the Whole meeting. Could I get a
Move
motion?
to approve.
We received no written testimony on this item. Anyone in the audience wishing to testify? Anyone on Zoom? Any questions or discussion from the members? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carried. Seeing no further business and hearing no objections, Committee of the Whole meeting is now adjourned and we are done for today.